get things going.
We're here in something which is a new feature for this year, and this is the Complete Kit Car Hall of Fame. And it's a selection of cars that have been chosen for their sort of historic nature within, you know, kit cars as they've evolved over the years. And Jack Wood, editor of Complete Kit Car, has joined us today. Thank you, Jack.
That's okay.
And we're going to walk around, have a look at a few of the cars, and tell you a little bit more about them. And the first car is literally number one.
Yes.
And you've got the book in your hand.
So, I mean, a lot of you will recognise this book. This was the book that got me into kit cars, but yeah, it was an absolute sales sensation. And then obviously out of this grew the low cost. So not technically a kit car, but very much about what we're about, which is DIY motoring. But yeah, we're really lucky to have this car. I mean, for years I thought it had disappeared. And Ron will be here tomorrow. Obviously, this is YouTube, so we're like that. But yeah, this is basically the start of a huge revolution in car building, and you can see the low-cost movement today and the Haynes Roadster it sort of spawned. It's still going strong all around the world. Australia, America, everyone builds stuff like this, and it's all thanks to this book and this car.
And the other thing is, of course, people like MK, their cars evolved really from this chassis.
Yes, I mean, the cars now are quite far evolved from that. They might not necessarily look so much on the outside. But yeah, this is a very, very important car, and we're very pleased to have it. We're very pleased that it has an owner who is really keen on promoting it and keeping it around, because it's a part of our history that could have easily disappeared.
It could. And talking of history, we've got something here which is completely different.
Yes.
Very aptly called the Tichy.
Yep.
Now, it's got a mini kit sticker on the side, so
it's fairly
confident there's a mini engine under the back there.
Well, I think we should have a look. I'm not sure. I believe
you reckon?
Let's have a look. This one might have one. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. This one does.
And I'm guessing this is a Barry Stimson, is it?
No, it's not. I actually, it's bad. I actually can't remember who designed this, but what I can tell you is, I'm not the tallest guy in the world. It's impossible to fit into it, even for me.
And you're shorter than me.
Yes, it's a no-go, but it's brilliant. And if you look at the front, this is something we love about the classic kit car movement, is we don't take ourselves too seriously. And as you can see, this is affectionately known as the grip bin.
And you can see really where that's come from as well.
Yeah. In fact, I did have someone say it's actually made out of a grip bin, and I had to disappoint them and say no, sadly.
But it just shows that wacky world that the history of kit cars.
Yeah, and the alternative cars market. It's just it's mad. But it's brilliantly bad. Like, you wouldn't be able to get away with making something like this now, but I'm glad it exists.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. And going from one extreme to the other, we've got the Sebring over here. Now,
yes.
You could almost argue this was not quite, but sort of the English Cobra, which was the Austin Healey.
Yeah.
And this is obviously a recreation, but I noticed it's got a small block Chevy V8 under it. But as what the kit car industry can do, it's not a replica, is it? Because it's got slightly flared arches and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so like, I mean, to be fair, I guess it's a bit ahead of its time. So, today you see in the mainstream industry, they're doing sort of resto mod things. You see the Singer Porsches. It's sort of like that idea. It's not based on an original car. I mean, it's got a proper separate chassis. Underneath, it's not dissimilar to what a lot of the Cobra manufacturers were doing at the time. Sebring were a super popular manufacturer. They are still around, but they don't produce kits, and it's a new company. We can't really get into that because they're doing lots of exciting things, and I don't know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. But yeah, I think it's a great looking thing. It's a lot of fun. This car is actually for sale. I don't know if it will be at the time of the this goes out, but yeah, I just think what I think.
I agree, and I think it's just you would turn up at a classic car show on that, and you certainly wouldn't get turned away, would you?
Oh, absolutely not. Despite the plate.
Well, let's skip over that bit.
Yeah.
So going from one extreme to the other, we're going back into the mid 60s here.
It's like early 50s, like late 50s, early 60s. Like Rochdale produced many cars, but this in many people's views, is the most important one. And it's a very important car for many reasons, but one of them is it's got a GRP monocoque. There's a lot of arguments over who did it first, Lotus or Rochdale. Neither's correct because it's actually the very first Berkeley microcars before they moved to a sandwich aluminium structure. But yeah, this was a really revolutionary car. And to be honest, it was probably more of a kit car. To be honest, it was probably more of a kit car in those days for purchase tax reasons and it being cheaper that way. But although Rochdale did have a history of making Ford-based, like Ford pop-based specials before this, but yeah, I think it's a terrific looking thing. It's a piece of history, and even though it's so revolutionary compared to the Lotus Elite and stuff like that, value-wise, they're a lot lower than they deserve to be. So that's part of why we wanted to put on this display, was sort of boost the idea of classic kit cars. A lot of people have a lot of negative things to say about classic kit cars, but there's cars like this, especially when they have a loving owner that's rebuilt them properly. They're a great thing and really enjoyable thing, and maybe young sort of enthusiasts that are thinking about building up a collection, these are the sort of things maybe start investing in now that the rest of the market's gone
Yeah, I see where
crazy.
you're coming from. Yeah. I see where you're coming from completely. Now, we're jumping backwards and forwards very much here, because over here is a car that has a lot of history with Complete Kit Car magazine.
Yeah, a lot of history with Complete Kit Car magazine, and also this chap who drove it rather regularly.
And despite the fact it looks like Postman Pat's van, it is actually a Spartan Trekker.
Yep, that's correct, yeah.
Fiesta based.
Yes.
From sort of early 1980s, I think.
Sort of late 80s, early 90s, I believe. You can't quote me on that. I tried to stay clued up, but years and stuff like this can be difficult. But yeah.
But this was back in the day, because I know Ian Stent very well, and there was
that
you had this as a bit like a Top Gear challenge, wasn't it? We find two £500 kit cars. This was Adams. And Ian, as you said, had a Ginetta G26, I think it was. It's
amazing that they managed to do it back then, because imagine trying to pick up a kit car, get it roadworthy for £500 today. It just wouldn't be possible. No. Even something like this. I don't want to be too disparaging of this, because the owner loved it. He's updated it. It's now got a Fiesta XR2 engine. He drives it everywhere. He's super passionate about it. And whatever you think about it, it does turn heads. People enjoy it. Yeah, Kids run up to it. They think it is Postman Pat's van. And that's part of what makes kit cars so cool and classic kit cars so cool, is you've been a bit flash, you've been original, but not in a too flashy sort of, like, I love the Ferraris and things like that, but I quite like being different. And I think cars like this really sort of encapsulate what's so important about keeping the market going and just getting people interested in cars like this, because there's not many cars like this.
And I agree that the other thing with this car I love is the way he's kept all the old stickers on it from the challenge and that. It's got that real patina.
Did break down on the way here. I don't think Alex will mind me saying that. And I don't know if that's a really good advert with this on the side of the road as he's trying to refit an exhaust. But yeah, we love the fact he's keeping the CKC thing going with it. Because yeah, we still talk about this in the office from time to time. We don't know what's happened to Stent's Ginetta, but
probably for the best, that one.
Yeah.
Now, for when people talk about kit cars, buggies are a big part of it, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Volkswagen Beetle, generally shortened floor pan, Beetle engine sticking out the back, and a fiberglass body dropped on top. Simple as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, the Beach Buggy might be the most successful original kit car design of all time. Obviously, the Myers Manx, Bruce Myers, he famously lost a lot of money because there was a lot of copycats, but as a way of life, the Beach Buggy it's bigger than kit cars. It's the Volkswagen scene, it's the kit car scene, and people just love. It's a Steve McQueen. It's people just love these. They're just their own entity, and I just love the fact that the owners are happy to see them as kit cars, because that's not always the case with certain classic kit cars and stuff. But the Beach Buggy scene is huge, and we just love being a part of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And then very much from the California style back to very much the British style. Marlin manufacturer that was around for an awful long time and had a really broad range of cars in the respect of they were used from not high performance BMW based ones back to the early ones that are used as trial cars.
Triumph,
and always known for a very strong chassis as well, weren't they?
Yeah, no, these were Marlin were. I mean, they're still sort of around. We don't really know what's happening with Marlin right now. But yeah, I mean, a huge brand. And we sort of wanted this to come along because we're in Malvern. Obviously, Morgan's around the corner.
Yep.
And these were a genuine rival. Like, obviously not the same price point, but you know, this was what people went for instead. And yeah, like the retro roadster industry it's sort of waned off a bit now. You know, the way the market's going. I think it's such a shame because I'd love like designs like this to come back.
This the other one that jumps out at me is JBA Falcon. I always thought that was a really nice, cohesive design that wasn't particularly based on anything. It just had good look about it.
Even the Spartan Roadster cars like that, there's just something about them, and I just think, I'd look. It's not, you know, just like hit the apex sort of sports car. It's a go out into the countryside, go touring, go to the pub, and yeah. And I just think it's still a great looking design today.
And to finish off, we're back with a Beetle base.
Yep.
And this, for the people that don't know, is a Nova. See, with the lift up canopy.
Yeah, the lift up canopy. I was once trapped under one of these when the mechanism wasn't working properly. Thankfully, this one is working properly. But yeah, I mean, this is an iconic design. It's a throwback to an era where the industry was just making basically concept cars for the road. You know, it's what the other manufacturers couldn't make. And there's a bit of an irony here that it's sort of it's super futuristic, but underneath it's an air-cooled Volkswagen platform and stuff like that. Well, but the club are fine with that. Like it's a rigid house design. It's going to always be brilliant.
It is what it is.
This is a very nice example.
And let's be honest, we do remember an era where there were Lamborghini Countach Lamborghini Countach replicas based on Beetles. So
yeah, I mean, I do think we have to have a sense of humour about our history at times, because I guess there's some really good stuff's coming along. But I also think, and I mean, the Nova is a really good kit. It's really good quality, really strong GRP. But what I love about this is that you can't get cars like this anywhere else unless you're lucky enough to be rich enough to buy a concept car. But they tend not to work, so you'd have to put your own Beetle floor pan under that anyway. So, and
again, you can't buy a car like this really from even apart from somebody like Morgan.
Yeah, somebody like Morgan, and you'll be in for a long wait, probably longer than it'd take you to build something like this. You know,
so there are great opportunities. Well, Jack, thank you so much. There's been really interesting to go around because there weren't some of these I wasn't so sure about the background term. So it's been a great learning curve, and I hope you guys at home have enjoyed it as well.
Hi there, guys. I'm going to bring us in online here just so we can have a chat. And see if I can mute our
fame, which I believe
studio here. There we go. Hi there, John.
Hiya. Hi, Jim. You all right?
And Dave, how are you?
Hi, Dave.
Still summer.
Awesome. Gotta love summer.
22 degrees here.
Oh,
God. 32 here.
22
it's about
degrees.
20 degrees here.
It's sunny all day. It's just clouded over. So, yeah, it really feels like summer's on its way.
Yeah, I'm happy.
It's 32
anyway,
here. My in-laws have 32 as well in Newfoundland today.
Wow.
32 in Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they get the same weather we got in Tennessee. The roofers stopped working.
Oh, yeah. Go and kiss some cod or something. Anyway, this is, we're rolling out. Oh, what happened there?
I think your video feeds dropped there, Jim. But yeah, we were at Malvern Kit Car Show. We were supposed to be going for the full weekend, but what the problems with my son's camper van, we didn't make it for the full weekend. But what a cracking weekend it was. It was absolutely brilliant.
Well, that's disappointing that we lost our feed, but we can carry on.
Yeah, we're back in. We're back in.
It was just the end of one sequence and then rolled into the other. That's good. Anyways, I'm glad that we had the opportunity to get together because we're rolling out the daily driver stream, and as you can see, it's basically a lot of our previously recorded live streams and recorded programming. But this gives us an opportunity to have our own little communication with friends for on-the-spot news and updates on what the channel is bringing. We've got the ticker at the bottom of the screen, and we do invite guests to come along. So it's a happening thing.
Yeah, and if people want to ask any questions, just type them in, and we'll answer them in the next break. Yeah.
Yeah. If you'd like to join the stream, eventually we'll work it with a Skype call. But for now, you can send us a 7-spot email at our 7spotmedia@gmail.com address, and tell us that you're interested in dropping into the stream, and I'll make sure that you get a link to drop in, and so you can discuss your thing. And most in particularly, if you don't mind, I'm going to drop in a bit of a plug for what we are doing, because because I think we also do a newsletter by way of Substack, and I've talked to everybody about that, and I sent out a big newsie about it. But basically, we're rolling out the news that we're about our upcoming shows, and to that end, I just wanted to let people know that we've got a recorded show that we're doing with a fellow in New Zealand, and his name is Josh, and he has a Facebook page called Scratch Built Design, and he's basically built his own speedster, if you want to call it that. It's got a K engine, and he's drawing near the finish lines, but we're going to have a nice chat with him over the weekend and edit it up.
Definitely get an update. Yeah, definitely get an update. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to take a look at that, you can take a look at, go to 7spot and ask, or you can see a link there then, and get yourself a copy of our Substack, and please subscribe so you can be kept up to date. Also, and seeing as we've got Dave here, we've got plans to
webinar as well.
Well, it'll be a webinar of sorts, but it's really a participation program. And I know that with the webinar that we did before, it was fabulous. But what we're looking for is kind of an intimate relationship between builders so they can communicate. And and I know that Mike Rupp and Dave are both building low costs, and they're kind of, I guess, at a similar place in their development, in that they both found similar type of situations. Maybe Dave, you can jump in here and tell us what, some of the stuff that you're dealing with right now.
It was about the rear end, because yours is it's not is it a McSorley 442, and about the rear end narrowing that.
So mine is a 442, I think. I'm pretty sure I just measured my frame height the other day. 13 inches. So I think that's +2 height. But it was originally built for a really tall guy and he was putting an R1 engine in it. And I'm kind of adapting it, going more in like a Voodoo direction, but even more probably really towards like the Saturn plans. Because I'm going to use the whole rear subframe, Miata rear subframe. And instead of cutting everything and narrowing it, I'm just going to buy Bassett racing wheels that come in every offset. So the back spacing on the stock Miata wheel is about 5 inches. So I'm going to put a 3-inch backspace 15x8 Bassett wheel on there. And that's it. That's $100 I was going to spend anyway per wheel. And then it gets me a lot of clearance. I may not even need to go to 3-inch. I could probably do it with a 4-inch backspace. But a little bit of extra space in there is not going to hurt, especially because who knows how much the tire is going to bulge. I think I'm going to run 205s all around, 205 50 15. Mm-hmm. So there'll be a 23.1 tire height. The stock Miata wheels I have on the Daisy, the 14-inch Daisy Miata wheels that look like mini lights are 185 60s, which means they're like 22.7. Not that it's not going to squish down when you sit in it, but that's how I think is the easiest for me to solve. So I'll keep the front offset the same as the stock Miata wheel, so I don't mess with like scrub radius. Since I'm using both subframes, and I actually was locating the front subframe yesterday, pushed it back a little bit so that I can get my shock cantilever push rod bell cranks in a place where I like them.
Yeah.
And actually, when I slide it back far enough, I've got only like 1.5 or 2 inch over Miata wheelbase now. So I think I'm running at like 91, 92 inches instead of 96, which who knows if I would even notice it. But it's just, for me, I have to finish one project ever. So I went with stock parts for front and rear. And it's just going to make buying wheels is a way easier than
make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know the wheel well comes sort of into the cockpit, and the way my frame's already built, it's too many things to cut. If I was going to do that, I'd basically like cut it at the scuttle and make the whole passenger compartment.
Because I know you thought about cutting up the rear and shortening it or widening it or whatever, but yeah, I think leave the frame as it is and just work with it.
Yeah, after we were all on, last week, whatever we were watching Le Mans last week.
Yeah.
I just went online and said, you know what? 1.5 pounds of wheel weight is not worth however many hours of re-engineering the rear end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
worst comes to worst, somewhere down the line, you can always have your axle shafts extended, and you'll be there anyway.
Well, at that point, then I got to make, then I have to make control arms. Since I'm using the whole rear subframe and control arms and hanging the whole subframe, like John Perry did his on. He's, I don't know, his name's John Perry. He's a good dude. He's like building just in a shed. Yeah, you know him.
Yeah,
and he's got his. I rewatched a bunch of his stuff the other day.
Yeah, Bailey.
Follow his channel. Yeah.
No, not Cam Bailey. Cam Bailey is a guy in the U.S.
Yeah, John he's in Washington State.
Yeah, John Perry. He's in the UK somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And he's used a whole Miata roller skate basically. Okay. So he's got like it's factory mounted engine and whole front subframe, but he cut and modified the arms to accept just like a gas shock.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I know what you mean by the roller skate, because that's what the MEV boys, the MEV Exocet boys are using. They just take the body off, use the actual, as you call it, the roller skate, and then just put another tubular chassis on the top of it. It just cuts the weight down, but serious performance cars as well.
Oh yeah, those guys are nuts, and they got turbo ones now too. And somebody just made one with an RX-8, or they're working on the
RX-8. RX-8 is out. Yeah, they've got a demo car as well. They were there at the Malvern Kit Car Show doing a live demonstration, so you could pay and go and have a spinning one. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, they don't hang about. Just put it that way.
Dave, can I ask you a question about your push rod construction, your dampers? Where'd you get the design from and parts?
I did what Cam Bailey did. So I ordered 2003 Yamaha R1 complete shock and linkage.
Yep.
So the bell crank is, I just did a little bit of calculating the other day. I think one direction's like 95 mils and the other one is 64 mils. So it's roughly 1.5 leverage ratio in the bell crank.
Yeah.
And even if those I have a set of QA1 shocks that came on the car in the front, but they're only 175-pound spring.
Mm-hmm.
Although they have more travel, I'm going to have to do some math.
Yeah.
Do math, which probably means I build it all one way, jump on the front and see if it's too much, and then take it all apart.
And with the bell crank, how did you get that? How did you engineer that? Because obviously you don't have a mill.
Oh, I just use a factory part.
Oh, it's a factory part.
So yeah, so in the Yamaha, in the R1, right? It's
okay, yeah, got it.
Yeah, it's the whole that whole bell crank. The trick is it's on, and there's a third arm, right? Mm-hmm. So that's how they get the location, like the dog bone. Mm-hmm. So instead of having a dog bone, I'll just mount it on the corner. I shared a picture, but I won't fiddle with that now. But so I'll just locate that high enough, and it'll run across the top of the frame, but under the nose cone.
Wow.
And straight across. I had an idea to bring it down like inside where the Miata subframe is like a bat wing. I had an idea to bring it down inside the subframe, but it's going to be so much less cutting, and it's only one additional tube left and right.
Mhm.
I can answer this. So a 442 is Jim McSorley took the S3 maybe or the S2 chassis and adapted the plans to fit modern people and engines, as I understand it. And I could be completely wrong. Someone will correct me later. So a 442 is 4 inches longer, 4 inches wider, and 2 inches higher to the main frame rails. So mine's a 442, and there is one that's a 442E where the extension only, one of the dimensions only is in the cockpit. But I'd have to look on 7esc.com to look at those plans and like remember exactly. And then I know Al worked with Jim personally to make like a 2-to-1 or
that's
something.
right. Yeah.
Like he just called Jim and said, "Hey, I don't really want it to have all this space." And when when we look at mine, the cockpit is so long.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm moving the scuttle back, and I'm using like the scuttle height on mine is hilarious right now, but I think I can get it down to where the front of the dash is only 24 or 25 inches from the bottom of the frame, which is still really high, but it's what I need. So I'm just going to do it.
Well, getting back to what this stream is about, we're going to be doing a live stream with you and Mike Rupp, who's in the UK, and he's of course building a Haynes Roadster, I believe, and his is not going. It's going to be completely different from what you're doing, but his is not going to be a track vehicle. It's going to be a cruiser, and he's going very old school as far as the engine and transmission and rear end. It's going to be a live axle, and it's going to be very old school. But I'm looking forward to it because you're both facing kind of a similar situation with regard to how the diff is going to fit in that tunnel. But I know that with him, he's going to have to do some welding work to make sure that there's a little bit of extra space so that his drive shaft will communicate well without interference with the tunnel tube.
And what rear diff are you going with?
Oh, mine's all stock Miata parts.
Stock Miata,
it's an NB, the Torsen NB diff. And I
That's
think like
limited slip, yeah.
It should be. We'll see how limited it is. It may be only limited by my enthusiasm.
Well, you're right. Yeah, or your right foot. Yeah.
Yeah, or like if I have a passenger. I think Mike posted a short a few days ago, or just maybe even yesterday, something recently, and I think he only has to move one of his tubes like half an inch.
Oh, that's
to get that dip clearance.
Yeah.
I know that was one thing I remember sticking out. He's like, this tube has to move half inch out, which is great. It's not going to offset anything that's too much.
You don't have any of those issues with your space frame?
Well, mine doesn't have anything where the dip nose should be right now. Like the tubes don't extend all the way down to the bottom rail. It's just open right now. So I'll have to build out the nose holder on those Miata discs where they have the two. Normally the PPF comes in and it has the two bolt holes. So I'll just have to extend that from the frame, but mine's kind of open.
If I might just jump in, I mean, I did include in the Substack a copy of your most recent YouTube offering. And for everybody who is watching, what is the name of your YouTube channel so that they can find you?
Oh, High Cost, Low Cost. HICOST LOCOST.
High cost, low cost. Yeah, brilliant.
Awesome. Yeah, hopefully we can send a few people over to see what you're doing, because I know that it's an adventure that not everybody is willing to jump into. But you just finished stripping down the rack. I guess it was a power steering rack.
Oh yeah. It was a NB2 power steering rack, and I just took the power out of it.
Yeah.
And I watched where you were shortening the sump, and then also your intake manifold as well, and porting all of that. It's fascinating stuff. Fascinating.
I copied the Unit 2 sump baffle idea as well as the Track Tough oil pump baffle. So I made doors and all that stuff and put that in the oil pump. And then on my intake, I just wanted to smooth everything out. So I polished and ported, all in quotes, you know.
Yeah, but to get at them, you had to cut the top off and then port them and then weld it all back up again. So fair play to you. Brilliant.
It definitely happened, and the more it's like anything else. The more you do, the more you can do. So if I get really excited and got enough materials, I'll play with stuff. But I'm excited to meet with Mike because we have like different skills. I'm sure like his lathe works and mine, I have to pull the gears apart right now, but too lazy.
Talking about people who work with lathes and mills, that's talking a completely different language than anything I understand. I like the design and the art form of it, and that's why I probably stuck to building from a kit. But getting in there and getting that involved is outside of my technical comfort zone.
My worst bugbear, same with you, Jim, I think, is wiring. No chance. You've got absolutely no clue. I've got no clue about wiring.
Yeah.
Well, and you guys with the bike engines, wirings, I feel may almost be more difficult than with car engines because, especially with common car engines, most people have an available either adapter or a custom harness. Like there are 100 companies that make harnesses for K series Honda.
Yes.
K engines, and since I'm using Haltech, they have one. Like K Miata, K Power Industries already has a complete swap harness ready to go. And it's really expensive, but at some point it's going to come down to like a time versus stress versus money thing.
Yeah, because our car was originally a Ford 2-liter Pinto engine.
Oh yeah,
and it's been swapped for an R1 bike engine. So the wiring on it is, how shall I put it, interesting because it's got the bike loom spliced into the Sierra wiring loom, and then obviously the bike engine's got all the immobilizers on it as well, and stand down, can't start in neutral, which we've disabled all of that. But the wiring is very, very interesting, and to be honest, I am looking at just doing it all again.
What did you guys have? Do you guys both have to run like a tip over switch jumper or something?
I disabled mine. I just loaded the tip over switch full of silicone.
Ours is still enabled, and it was we were doing some work on it. I can't remember what we were doing. We're putting a new clutch cable in it. And my son, it was mounted on the front rail on the right hand side,
similar to the kickstand switch. That's just basically been mechanically the switch is mechanically closed, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's like a magnetic thing, isn't it? But my son actually dislodged it, and I couldn't get the thing to start. And I could get it to rev, and it was popping and banging. And we thought about it overnight. I thought, well, hang on, what have we been doing? I thought, well, hang on, we've changed the clutch cable. Let's go and have a look, see where we're messing around with it. And that's when I spotted that the tilt lean over sensor had actually just moves just slightly off vertical. So put it back on the top of the chassis rail. Everything was fine. So we still got it enabled on ours because it cuts the fuel and ignition in case we turn it over. But that is going to be very, very rare in a 7.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Aside from all the other issues that I know I'm going to have, I think the crank no start is going to be the most.
The crank
the most frustrating. And then how many forums and groups do I have to go on to find out what crank no start is what's causing it, right? Because I have Miata ignition core that has all it should have to do is close the starter solenoid, but we never know. There may be one other thing that it's looking for. I mean, custom ECU, and then did I put the crank sensor where the cam sensor should be? And I know in the K series there's like a repinning to work properly with the Haltech because it's like Those
Yeah.
are the
Oh,
things that I'm
boy.
really like.
You
"Ugh."
can end up going around in circles. I know we did, and with the sensors on a bike engine, that there's so many of them. We had a yellow warning light, and I knew what it was. It was because it threw up an error code. It was the exup error code.
Oh yeah.
So there was an exup delete module fitted. I think it was a 4-wire one. It just wasn't working. So we bought a 5-wire one and plugged that in, and it still was throwing up the same error code. So I said to my son, look, just take it all off, cycle the engine back on and back off, and we'll go from there. So we did that, cycled the engine on and off. Then we kind of like reset the ECU, I guess. Then we refitted the exup delete, and that was fine. The yellow light went off, and then it threw an air pressure sensor code. And I've no idea why. But we did the same with that. We just took the sensor completely off, cycled the engine on and off, and it's been fine since. So many sensors on these engines these days. As you say, you can go around in circles and circles, just trying to work out which one is failing. But we were lucky because we've still got the bike engine clocks on ours, which you can go into diag mode on an R1, and it will tell you what every sensor is reading voltage wise. So yeah, glad it's got the bike clock still on it.
Yeah.
Wow. You guys, I just did it L simple, and basically it's the kit, and basically all mine is using the Hayabusa loom for the most part. And the only additions that I've added to it is I added fuse for electrical, my lights, my headlights, and additional wiring for my rear taillights, and basically it's a go from there. I didn't have any of those issues, but like I said, I had to deal with the bike stand switch, which is mechanically close the switch, so it's not an issue. And then secondarily, I again for the tip over switch, rather I'm not concerned about flipping it over per se, because I have a Jazz cell for my fuel, and if it tips over, nothing's going to come out of it, and it's sealed. And and with regard to the tip over switch, I just loaded that switch, that baby, full of silicone and screwed it back together. So it's located on the chassis rail, and it looks like a tip over switch, but it's not.
Well, yeah, because we wondered about ours, because in the bike it's mounted left to right as you sit on the bike. Yeah. But in our car, it's mounted front to back. So we were kind of wondering, under acceleration, it should be fine, but under cornering, it might go a bit haywire. But it's working. It's working. It's fine.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report I haven't tipped it over in almost 20 years, so it's good.
Well, we're not intending to either. I mean, to be fair, I know people who have. That's because they've run up a bank, or it's on a straight road, flat piece of ground. Very unlikely you're going to turn a 7 over. Yeah.
Well, there it is. So, guys, I don't know how long you want to stay on this part of the stream, because Dave, you're kind enough to drop in and leave us a note. And I guess what we should also just say, Dave, is that we haven't come up with a hard and fast date for our show. But we're going to work towards that end, and we'll probably do a couple more promos, either by way of a recorded get together with you and Mike, just to discuss it. But we do want to bring as many people as we can into it. I've in our newsy, I put a notice that we can have on the studio, just as we're doing right now. There's 3 of us in the studio. We can have up to 10 in a live stream. But if the interest is more than that, we'll go to the webinar format. The difference is that in the live stream, it's intimate, just like we're doing now. We can share a discussion, and having that verbal communication is a great thing. If we do it in the live stream, we'll have to do it by way of using a text and a text exchange, so it's not quite as intimate.
Yeah. I think. I mean, you've got a lot of videos also to show, Jim, as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing again Chris Goldsmith. Car from Australia.
Yeah, well, the way I've organized this stream is, we've got hundreds of hours of stuff to watch. But what I've done is I've created a playlist, and I put it on shuffle. So basically, it's going to play a different group of videos each time it is played. It's going to be a real little play in the background. We'll just have our intimate opportunities to have a chat with each other during the day whilst we're on 7 Spot Facebook group. And if anybody else wants to jump in on Facebook, by the way, send Jim Gould. You know what my Facebook address is. Send me a message saying I want to drop in and have a chat. If you've got a point of discussion you want to go to, send it to me. Or if you happen to be out and about and with your 7, you just want to show it off, send me a text. We'll take it from there.
Or at a meet, or run out, or whatever. Yeah,
absolutely.
Because we can react fairly quickly, can't we?
Oh yeah,
within minutes, and we're talking worldwide as well.
Yeah. So the way, just again explaining what this thing is, we got 24 hours of this stuff that we're going to be rolling out. Now, I don't know if we're going to play 24 hours today because, at this particular point in our development, we've got 3 show hosts that are here, and then we've got some more show hosts who, there we go. There's the High Cost, Low Cost channel. Everybody tune in and subscribe and give them a like. Let's put that back up.
Yeah,
we're going to leave that right there until we're done.
There's some great videos in there. We like it when you mess it up because
what I like is
everybody does mess it up, but you put it right. Yeah.
Just what I like about the way Dave presents himself too. He doesn't take himself too seriously. Life is full of opportunities, and mistakes are the way we learn to find our way to a successful place. So
exactly. Yeah.
So I love the way Dave approaches it. So that's what we're aiming for. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to take that down now, and I'm going to say, why don't we just do this? I'm going to bring in the audio.
Yeah, I want to see this Adam.
Yeah,
there we go.
That sounds so good. If you want to chime in, that's great. If not,
The Volvo one, yeah.
that's Volvo power for you. Yeah. That's Tadas Mazutas in Lithuania. What a great guy.
Thanks again.
Happened to find
Have
him
a great day
online.
and look forward to seeing you soon. Bye for now.
See you. Bye.
You bet. Bye.
Interesting way it's mounted the radiator there, right behind the roll hoop.
Yeah.
That looks a stunning car, though.
Oh, absolutely. Now, just so you should know, with regard to Tadas, I've approached him. He's got a buddy who's developed a. I'm going to put that on mute again for a second. He's got a buddy who's developed a 4-wheel drive, a 6-cylinder, low cost, and I'm in communication with him, and he's got some. Here's Chris. We have to put Chris on.
Yeah.
We have to watch Chris, but we're in touch with Tata to see if he'll do an interview in Lithuanian with
us. Let's just be quiet and watch this, because this is a stunning video, and he does stunning work. Because that's the fiberglass body, but he's now putting aluminium on the top of it, so it's all going to be aluminium body. Stunning. Look at that. He's still waiting for the gearbox.
Yeah, but even the dimple dives for the gauges are just like perfect.
Yeah.
Like
And he's not actually a professionally trained bodybuilder or anything like that, or a mechanic. He's just a bloke in his shed.
Yeah, does he talk in this video?
Yes, at the end he does. Yeah, he gives a tour around of the car.
Yeah, he did the 7 with the Castrol logo on it too. Yeah.
He does, yeah.
This
This Lola replica. It's not the first one he's built. There are some videos on the 7 Spot Media channel you can go and have a look at. But he's built I think the first one was he built a clubby with a V8
He
in it.
built the Cobra first.
Was the Cobra first? Yeah.
Oh, geez. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Then he built the clubby, and then he built a GT40.
He's still building it.
He's still building it, yeah. Because I know he said he'd had a GT40 professional builder come around to his house, and he said, "There's no way you've got the skills to do that." And you've got to excuse me language here. He just turned around to him and said, "F off, I'm going to do it," and he has done it. So it is getting there. But yeah, the skills. I mean, look at that. The aluminium bodywork on that, just brilliant.
What a great guy. A testament to just stick to it, because like you say, he's not a fabricator. He doesn't have. He had the zero skill set to start with. He just said, "I want to do it." So he got in there and did it.
Classic man in the shed.
Everyone, this is Chris.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the tour. Let's listen to this. Listen to the engine when he. Listen to the engine when he starts it up. I'll be quiet.
Copy, or just my interpretation of a Can-Am style race car. I've been doing a little bit on the body of late. I've started on an alloy body. I'm not a bodybuilder by trade. I'm just a normal bloke in his shed having a bit of a crack.
Normal.
Yeah.
Got some suspension work still to do on it.
Stunning.
But we'll slowly get there. I hope to have it ready for its first outing at Geelong Revival next year. So we'll see what happens. All the gauges are wired up now. I've also made a relay box.
Just incredible.
That fits into the door aperture. So it's easy to get to the fuses. Bit of temporary wiring there, as you can see, so that we could run the engine. I have a good friend called Tony. He's been trying to put a fuel map in it to make it run a little bit better, but he's struggling because he's working with a bit of a dope at the other end of the computer called me.
That would be me, that would.
So we have had the motor running. Runs pretty good. A little bit rattly at the moment, but
look at those trumpets.
Not quite sure what that is. The engine builder's going to work that out. The trumpets, I did a pencil drawing of what I wanted. I sent it to another mate over in the UK called Paul from Mofast. He did a CAD drawing of it for me. I then sent it to my friend Tony, and he 3D printed them out of carbon nylon.
Wow.
They seem to be holding up quite well at the moment. So haven't had any issues with it. I'll see if it'll start up for you.
Oh, the sound from this.
I've still got some suspension work to do on a couple of sides, a bit of wiring, and I reckon I could take it for a drive, other than putting a gearbox in the back of it. I've been waiting on some parts for that from Serbi Gears. Hopefully they'll turn up soon so I can put all the gearbox together, and we'll see what it does. All right, I'll see if it starts.
what's really cool is that Chris did most of his design work taken from a couple of photographs that he had on the wall.
Wow.
Hope
Just
you enjoyed the little video. And hopefully the next one you'll see it maybe on the track somewhere. Cheers.
So, John, I guess you talked to him. Did he have a whole fiberglass body at some point?
He had the body shell, but he didn't have. I mean,
Yeah, but none of the rest.
literally
Right.
everything else. The rest of it came out of his head.
Yeah, that's
well,
nuts.
as you say, Jim, he just had a drawing on the wall.
Yeah.
And he bought a second-hand fiberglass body, which wasn't great. It's in one of the other videos, I think. But yeah,
The
you look at his-
GT40 body that wasn't great. So he basically binned the plan. He had the complete plans. He binned the plans and he basically made it up himself.
yeah,
I really
yeah.
like the taillights on that yellow and silver one in the other room on this video. I like those taillights where they're
Oh,
like,
this is Troy Umlauf and Troy's shed. He's
yeah.
an incredible fabricator. And this is an incredible story too.
Yeah, pull it up. Leave it playing.
I think I watched his when he made his roof for the red one.
Yeah.
The whole cover.
Yeah.
It's just like
That's how I found him. I'm that kind of guy who goes looking for people, right? I happen to have done a live stream with a guy in Japan, and he's fabricating a roof for his thing. And I thought, well, that's interesting, and so I looked online, and sure enough, I found a YouTube of this Australian guy building a roof for his 7. And it was Troy, so I sent him a note on his YouTube comments, and I said, "Yeah, I'd love to do a live stream with you." And he said, "Sure." He signed up. What a great guy! I mean, that's the great thing about the stuff we do. The best people in the world are car people.
Yeah, and we can reach people worldwide. So if anybody wants to jump in, look at the poor state of that front end.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to the kangaroo. Maybe it ended up on the barbecue.
No. I don't know. It didn't make it. Let's put it that way.
Go on, play the video out, Jim.
This is the big gherkin. Hit a kangaroo. And he got paid out by the insurance company, so brother and I are going to give it a full paint job.
The question I wanted to ask was, he mentioned that there was the nose cone and the headlight brackets and the radiator was smashed and the radiator mounting brackets, the electric fan mounting brackets, the bonnet was twisted and pushed into the scuttle, and the one of the rear wings was smashed. But did you guys do all the work, and was there very much fabrication that had to be done?
That must have been one.
We did everything apart from buy the nose cone, build the nose cone. But that was pretty horrendous, wasn't it, Devin? Yeah, it's very thin. It looked the part, but as usual, it needs a lot of work, like fitting up, remove, replace that many times. And it just snowballed. Yeah.
Must have been one big kangaroo they hit.
And build all that.
Skippy.
My part wasn't huge, but because Jim effectively got a payout from the insurance company, we're able to do a bit more than just repair the damage. So he stripped the car right down, fixed a lot of the little dents that have been there.
That'll be Troy on the left.
Just
He's
old
an
wall wounds.
incredible fabricator. That's his brother Davin on the right. And Davin is a master painter, as you will see.
Yeah, just fixed up all the little scratches and track damage that he's had over the last 10 or 15 years.
I keep on going back to the bonnet. Did you straighten that bonnet out, or is that a new piece of aluminum that you had to create a new bonnet with?
No, that was just all panel beaded. And yeah, like Troy said, just a lot of small little war wound. Approximately about 100 hours went in the body work. Like, that included painting, and then that's not including Troy's time. Yeah, so it just sort of snowballed. Initially, we were just going to do the basic repairs from the accident, and then we thought, well, we've come this far. Well, how much to do this? How much to do that? And long story short, we ended up respraying the whole car. It turned out for a better job.
I think it turned out terrifically. You mentioned it in I think one of your Instagram posts that there was like 180 louvers or something ridiculous that you had to sand and polish.
That's right. I remember when I was a young lad, I worked in a restoration workshop, and they all spray painted it there. I had to rub down an E-Type Jaguar, and they had a lot of louvers. One lesson: do not count how many louvers there are. Of course, what do? You start counting louvers. And so it's a bit of mind going. And so I thought, long story, with the puppy, I'll just count how many louvers. I think there's 118.
Yeah, those guys that really do that stuff, it's just another planet.
Yeah.
And they're doing it
different
professionally, and
Yeah.
Chris is doing it for fun, and it's like it's still that crazy. Mine will never be like that. It'll just barely be held together.
Well, it's just like you said, though. I mean, are you going to go back and be an engineer and learn all this stuff, or are you going to be a band director?
Yeah. There's no time.
Yeah.
And I fell asleep in math class, so. That's the biggest problem for all of us, right?
Yeah, I never went.
Great teacher too. Teacher was awesome.
I never went.
I was in high school. I had to go. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just do all this stuff. Are we gonna maybe?
No, we can wind this up. And as I said, I was just going to say the whole purpose of what we're doing here is to get people to see what we're doing, and it's meant to be short and sweet. And I thank you very much for joining us. So have yourself a good day.
Yeah, and Jim, be seeing you.
Be seeing you. And let this play, and then if somebody else wants to join the stream, send me an email, send me a text message over 7spot, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, cheers, Jim. I'll mute and stop me cam, but I'll still be in the background if anybody joins in later. Cheers.
Yeah, same with me. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
You bet.
Let it run.
You bet.
Yeah,
Bye now.
See you.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Thanks, guys.
The gherkin lives. That's a nice exhaust system, Jim.
When the original Mini was launched in 1959, it was a basic family car. When BMW came along in 2000 with their version, it was much more sophisticated. Today, we're going to look at a car which blends that sophistication of BMW with a classic Mini. I think for many of you, it's something you've not seen before. I'm Trevor, and this is a brand new 7-spot video.
Before we take a close look at this really special Mini, let's see the car in action. This car is owned by Ben and Tony Bonfield. They have raced this car for a number of years and hold several class records and have had many class wins in it. We can see the car here in action at Chelsea Walsh. Chelsea Walsh was first used in 1905 and is the longest continuously used motorsport venue in the world. From the bottom to the top is just 1,000 yards or 914 metres and is typical of the UK-style hill climbs which the Bonfields compete in with this car. That's the car in action. Let's see a little bit more detail about it.
Okay, Ben, before we talk about your really exciting Mini here, can you give me a bit of an insight into going hill climbing? Now, I understand European and American hill climbing, they run on a lot longer tracks. A lot of them have easier closed road rules. In the UK, we seem to have much shorter tracks up to around about a mile. And that obviously means we have slightly different disciplines. But also, when you start digging into it and looking at things like the RAC Blue Book, it gives you really complicated classes for all sorts of different cars. So could you just give me a quick understanding? Say I come along and I've got my ordinary 1.4 Corsa. Could I come along and join in the racing?
You could do, yes. There's nothing stopping you from using a completely standard road car, as long as you carry the correct safety equipment, so crash helmet, overalls, things like that. But there's nothing stopping you. You can fit a timing strut to the front, which is a beam breaker. What it does is it starts the clock, stops the clock when you get through the finish. Okay. But yeah, there's nothing stopping you from using just your normal road car. It's not a turn up and go racing. I'd love it to be a turn up and go racing. You still have to register for the events, but yeah, as far as that, yeah, that's your major hurdle, and that's it.
So if I got hooked using my normal road car with MOT and everything else, where are the next steps that I work my way up? Because we're going to look later at some of the single seaters that you've got, Ben, and I'm interested to know the steps to get from, say, my Corsa through maybe like the Mini we're looking at here onto the single seaters. What are the rungs of the ladder?
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people do start off in road going, and then you can move to modified cars, modified production, and modified kit cars, things like your Caterhams, your Westfields, stuff like that. Modified means really you run roll cage, you can run slick tyres, you can do a lot more performance tuning to the engine, suspension, things like that. And then people will then normally progress from your modified cars either into what they call sports libre, so your sports racing cars, up to your single-seater racing cars.
And is there any limitations on respective CC or cylinders or anything like that?
Usually everything is split by capacity. So over here, the first class in the Southwest is about 1400 cc, and then that goes 14 to 2 litre, or 1400 to 1800, I do apologise, 18 to then 2.6, and then 2.6 over. So so yeah, they do keep in mind with capacity for cars. For single seaters, they tend to do it on a different capacity setup because of the bike engines. So your bike engines normally go up to 1100 and then 11 to 16. So that would then include your higher boosters and things like that.
Okay.
And then anything over that is usually car engines. So Vauxhall 2 litres, there's a separate class for that.
So almost, if you've got something that's not a road car, that's something a little bit left field, you could turn up at a hill climb meeting. Obviously, you've got a pre-enter, I understand that. But you could turn up and they would find you a class to run in.
You could find the class to run in, yes.
Okay.
So long as you meet within the certain safety standards, there's normally not a problem for you to run in a class.
Okay. Okay, well, let's have a look at your classic Mini here, because this is really mix and match.
Yes, yeah, this has been a well-developed project for, I think it was about 7 or 8 years. It took us to go from the first initial 16 valve to what this became at the end. So
how was this car when you acquired it?
This car was just a shell. There was nothing in this car. This car was just, there was no wings on it. It was just the tub, and that was it. There was nothing in it at all.
Okay, so before we look at the engine, let's talk about what have you got going on with suspension, because I can see with these wheel arches you've got some really wide wheels and tyres set up here, but what's behind those?
Yeah, so we plan to keep this car as close to the original Mini as possible. So unlike everybody else, we still run the original cones and damper suspension on this. So there is nothing trick underneath this car. This still has the standard suspension that it rolled off the production line.
That is absolutely amazing. So has it been lowered at all, or is it because the wheels are quite a lot larger than the original Mini wheels?
Yes. So with this car is fitted with high-low, so it does have the adjustable height suspension.
Okay.
But it's still the original type. So and we do have camber adjustment fitted on the rear. We have rose jointed adjustment on the front, but again, it's set up in the same original style that the classic Mini was. So cone dampers on the front as well. So yeah, it still retains a lot of its early features. It's a hard ride. I will admit it is a very, very stiff ride, but it's so much fun to drive with it. Just you really grab this thing by the scruff of its neck and drive it round corners like you would do with a road Mini. It's just such fun to drive.
Well, let's move to the front end and have a look at what is really the exciting bit of this car. Let's have a look under the bonnet.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I've never seen under this one before. I've seen it in action, but I've never actually seen the engine itself. That looks quite a bit of kit there. So this is a BMW motorcycle, 1200cc, 16 valve head,
yeah,
on the original A series block underneath.
Yes.
So the original engine was 1275cc.
Yeah.
Overhead valve,
Yes.
with push rods and rockers.
Yeah.
And produced around 59 horsepower.
Yeah.
So I understand putting the 8 valve head on, you'll get about 105 horsepower straight away,
yeah, and
about 120 horsepower with 16 valve.
Yes.
But you say this one's been bought out?
This one's been bought out to 1380. So this one is a full-blown race engine. In its prime, it was producing about 180 horsepower. So it's quite a bit more.
Okay. What's the induction that you're running there?
So we run the 80 power throttle bodies. These ones were actually made specifically for this engine, which we are very grateful to 80 power for. But they make a fantastic noise, and they do work really well with the whole setup.
I've heard this one scream past me, and it is a fantastic noise. But 180 horsepower, lightweight car. 2 words spring to my mind: torque steer.
Yes. Yeah. Now, we originally had a few issues with torque steer, but we've got around that, and we've actually worked on several solutions to sorting that out. So this car actually runs an equal length drive shaft adapter. So it means we run 2 length shafts, so there's no wind up on one shaft or another. It is equal.
Okay.
So it reduces the risk of torque steer. The other thing we run is electric power steering, which also reduces the movement and the grabbiness of how it feels. And we run the diff slightly backed off, so we don't run it quite as tight. This runs a plate diff on it, so usually they're notorious for throwing people into hedges. This one is actually quite a bit wound back, so it's more controllable, and the car is actually very, very usable.
So bottom end of the engine, which is the original A series and gearbox, is that, I know you mentioned the difference in the diff there, but gearbox and bottom end, are they standard?
So the gearbox is actually a jackknife involute dog box, which is quite rare.
And that is quite foreign to me. So.
And they don't make the bits for them anymore. But this is actually a gearbox that was built and designed for the very early Minis. So the 1960s one. This one is actually still retaining its 60s type gearbox, not the 80s type gearbox. So this is actually quite a rare box. It came from a rally car. So it's used to taking massive amounts of abuse, and it has taken massive amounts of abuse for years, and it has continued to take massive amounts of abuse under our ownership.
So I can notice there's things like headlamps are missing and so on. So what kind of weight are we talking about on this car?
This car is actually 600 kilos, so it's quite light. There's a few things we could do to it to make it even lighter by chopping the wings off, putting carbon, but we wanted to keep it in the spirit of a Mini and retain its original steel wings. Same with the roof. The roof is still steel. The only light and weight panels on this car are the bonnet and the doors and the boot. The bonnet and boot are fiberglass, and the doors are aluminium skinned. Everything else is still steel.
That's really impressive. On this, going back to this conversion though, obviously we're taking two quite different bits of engine and mating them together. Now, I did a little bit of research, and there's quite a lot of work involved in modifying both the head and the block to make those two mate together, because then you need obviously a drive to the camshafts at the top through this tooth belt.
Yes.
So it's not a weekend job with a hacksaw, this one, is it?
It's not, no. Originally, 3 of the head studs line up. So 3 of the original factory Mini head studs line up with with this BMW head.
Okay, out of how many? 8?
11.
Okay.
It's the 11 original Mini head studs, 3 of them line up. And then what you do is you then drill the block to take the cylinder head. You cut the end of the head off and mount a plate on the end to convert it to dry belt, and then you can run an external oil feed into the cylinder head. There is a multitude of options with cooling, so you can either have it come through the block into the cylinder head via the normal route, which would be with the classic Mini, or you can run a dry deck, which is what this has been done, with the water pipe that runs straight round into the side of the head.
Okay, that's quite interesting. And if somebody wants to do this conversion, Specialist Components, I noticed you got on the windscreen there, they produce kits of various levels to do this, don't they?
Yes, yeah, Specialist Components, we've worked with them for years. They have been fantastic, and they do produce all the kits. And their technical knowledge is fantastic. I can't recommend them highly enough. They are just very, very good.
That's good to know. Well, that's really exciting. Let's have a quick look inside and see what we can see in there.
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, we're on the inside of the car now. Looking around, there's not many creature comforts. I noticed the headlining's gone, the carpet's gone, the rear seat is gone, the passenger seat is gone. We're down to the bare minimum in here.
Yeah, it's what we go within the limits of the rules, and yeah, we don't need any of these additional pieces for modified. So it is a stripped out full race car now.
So looking around, stating the obvious, you've obviously got the battery there, which is obviously quite a small one.
Yeah.
So that's obviously down to weight. Main cut-off switch.
Yeah.
Modified gear lever by the looks of it.
Yes. Yeah.
And on the dash, we've just got revs, temperature, and I'm assuming the big orange light, is that rev limiter?
No, that's oil pressure.
Ah, okay.
So you've got your little shift light at the top,
I see, yes. Yeah.
the multifunction there. No, that's the big warning that if that comes on, you need to switch it off very, very quickly. We do have an oil pressure gauge as well, but that definitely grabs the attention a bit quicker.
That is right in your line of focus. So, and I'm guessing down here, this is the electric power steering.
Yes. So the power steering is from a Corsa C. So it's, I mean, it was relatively straightforward to make it fit. We custom fitted this one ourselves. There are companies out there that will make the kit that fits, but we had a UJ made. So one section of it is Vauxhall Corsa. It's then fitted to a mini splined piece on the bottom, and yeah, it just allows it to convert it. We can adjust the strength here. So
okay.
So it's got a toggle, so we can go from having it where you've got to have arms like Charles Atlas, all the way down to you can turn the steering with one finger. So it's quite, but we find that we can fine tune it for however we feel at certain venues.
And interesting, that Corsa electric power steering is a very popular conversion within the classic car market and coming into the kit car market as well. So
yes,
that does very much seem to be the way forward.
I mean, I think when I first did this kit in 2013, the power steering column cost me £30, and the wiring was about £65. So it could be done really, really cost effectively.
And of course, the other advantage is traditional power steerings that are run off the engine sap power, so this one doesn't.
No, that's right. This one runs off the electric. In fact, the first design of this used to have its own electric supply, so it wouldn't even take power from the alternator. But now it runs with the alternator, and we didn't notice any great loss. So it's really, really useful to have.
Brilliant. That's really interesting. Thanks, Ben. Let's have a quick look at the back of the car.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Okay. He says, turn it in. There we go.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing that's the fuel tank, and I'm guessing you're not going to be taking your Mini on holiday with the size of that.
No, it's about a 2-gallon tank, so it's quite a small tank. But again, for hill climbing purposes and motorsport, we don't need a very big tank in this car. But it does drink fuel quite quickly.
Okay, so 2 gallons. Would that do you a whole day, or?
It might just about do a whole day.
Okay.
I think this one at full chat is something like 4 miles to the gallon.
Oh, okay. So it's not a conversion for economy then.
This race conversion, no. The actual road version of this engine is quite economical, but this race version is yes, it does drink the fossil fuel quite well.
So, and I'm guessing the blue item is the fuel pump, and that's the pressure regulator.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So it runs about 3 bar.
Oh. Okay. Very simple, straightforward setup.
Yes.
But nowhere to put your suitcase.
No. So. But yeah, we've kept it in the middle for balance as well, so it's not a case of too much weight to one side or the other. It keeps it all balanced and as close to the middle as possible.
That's brilliant. Well, thank you, Ben, for showing this really fantastic car. I'm sure it's been a great interest to our viewers on 7Spot, because I doubt many of them have seen that engine conversion before. And the other thing is, thanks for that great insight into how to get started at hill climbing.
Yeah, it's not a problem at all.
Brilliant. I hope you've all enjoyed this. Remember, we're 7Spot. I'm Trevor, and what we would like you to do is click those like, subscribe and share buttons, because we've got lots more exciting videos coming up for you in the very near future. We'll see you soon.
Okay, guys, we're going to take a small break from the stream, and I'm going to bring you a bit of breaking news. Okay, going into our stream page from the Substack that we've just put out for the Daily Driver, and one of the articles that we're going to be highlighting, or we have highlighted, is I have mentioned that we are making a program with Laurent Weiss, who is famous for he loves to take over projects that have been abandoned or failed. And he came across a Lotus Europa in a bin, as you can see. and it was an estate sale, and the family just had the a set of urgency in that they had the house for sale, and they had to have the effects of the property removed from the site. So into the bin it went, and of course a signage was put up saying free car and truck parts. So I don't know if he ended up paying the family for what he found, but he does have now this Europa in his possession, and he's going to do a program with us to discuss the restoration of this. And I thought it would be timely to tie this in with the last video, because it was a K1200 A-type engine in the Mini, and this plan of Lawrence is to take the BMW K1200 engine and put it in the Europa, because as he found the car, there was no engine, and he wasn't a big fan of going out and looking to find the mechanical bits for putting it back as a Europa per se. But he's got some interesting plans. We're going to discuss it, so I'm going to leave that at that. Folks, if you like what we're doing, please subscribe to the YouTube channel and go and subscribe to our Substack so you can be up to date with all of our current and future programs. Now back to the stream.
Most of them have the later ones, which were called the D-blocks. But the engine in this car is a Ferrari 246 engine, and it's pretty damn faithful to an original. This is virtually a tool room copy of an original car. Every bit, even the spot welds are the same spacing and everything else.
I think the detail on it's fantastic. And is this a car you're going to supply? Is this just a one-off?
I've got a batch of 3 going through at the moment. We'd like to do a couple more. But I'm also doing a halfway house version, because this is quite expensive.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
You know, you're looking for quite a lot of money to be able to get the right engine. And the engines, although it's lovely to have the right engine, that's a lot more expensive, a lot less reliable, and not as powerful as the Alfa V6. But it's nice to do it right.
And that's what you're known for. You're known for doing it right.
I mean, I even go to the trouble of going very high up the mountains to be able to get the correct mice with a long, big enough fur coats to be able to trim the dashboards, because they're mouse hair.
But that's going above and beyond as you've always done, Gary.
Yeah. So the suspension and everything else on this is very, very close to the suspension on our other kit. It's virtually interchangeable. On the front end, we've changed from metric size bushings to imperial, but that's the only change really.
Okay.
But we've tried to do that and keep it cost effective. Whereas this, it's get it right and then worry about what it costs.
But so have you got 3 of these sold already, you say?
We've got 3 of these on the build at the moment, and the possibility some others.
Okay.
One's a Group 4 car, which is for a friend of mine who's ordered it. And there's 2 more. One is on spec, but this one is supposed to be my own personal one, you know. But it's a little bit of a tribute to going back to Roger Perry and him lending me a car, exactly the same colour, same spec, which started me off by doing these.
So if somebody wants one, they need to get in quick, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they need to get in quick. We've got a 3 years waiting list. And
just on this car?
On the entire range, basically. And a slightly shorter waiting list on the aluminium race cars, because we have the bodies and chassis made outside of the UK. And a lot of people are using those purely for race cars, the 1 or 2 road cars.
Yeah.
And of course, running parallel to this, we've also got the Hawk 289. This particular one belongs to Stuart, and it's a really lovely car. It's got a V8 Ford in it. Yeah. This car it's been on the road now for about 13 years.
Really, it's
And,
immaculate.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely car.
The colour, the
Beautiful colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
yeah.
so deep.
Yeah.
But when you said, I thought you were going to say 13 weeks or 13 months,
No,
not
13 years
not
old
13
now.
years,
Yeah.
Gary.
And the car that's over there, the Pirelli car, which is Guy Mayers' car, started off as a red Stradale 2 litre. He then changed it to a 3 litre. He then changed it to a Group 4 square arch in red. Then he changed it to the Pirelli livery. And the latest thing he's done is he's taken it to the extreme and put it to left-hand drive, because all the original Stratas were built in left-hand drive. And that car is well over 30 years old, and it is the car that he drove down to Italy, parked outside the Lancia Fiat headquarters. They came out and asked him if they could get some photographers to take some photographs of it, because they wanted to use photographs of that car in celebration of the Lancia Stratus and their rally cars, and because they thought it was genuine. And he said to me, "So you're happy to take photographs of it and do this and do that?" He said, "I do have to tell you, it's a replica."
Well, but isn't that an ultimate accolade to something you produced?
Guy built that car, it's number 30 something, and he ordered that car in about 85, 86, I think it was, and he built it then, and it's been everywhere. That car is a used car. That car has, I mean, it's just been everywhere, all over Europe, everywhere. It just drives it everywhere, and that is, you know, sort of a nice accolade on its own, in the fact that it stood the test of time and it's reliable and it's done all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But and if you look at that car, that one's got our Group 4 Campagnola wheels on it that we make. This particular car, I was lucky enough to be able to get some genuine Stradale wheels for. These are genuine wheels. They're quite hard to find.
I imagine there's not too many sets on eBay.
These are 14-inch.
Right.
And they've got the right tyres on. When they went rallying and they built the Group 4 cars, they put what we call coffin spoke wheels on. If you look at the spoke, it's the shape of a coffin. And they're 15-inch. And then one of the main reasons they did that was in order to be able to get bigger brakes behind the wheels.
Ah, okay, I can understand that.
And the same wheels are used on the Michelotti 308 Ferraris.
Oh, okay.
We own the tooling of those to make those. But this particular car, as I say, is over 30 years old. It's got an Alfa Romeo V6 engine. It's got the Group 4 dash. Is it locked, Guy? Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's got the Group 4 dash layout, which is built for rallying. And the tacho on this car is actually a genuine one from a genuine Group 4 car, which I managed to get from a friend of mine, because early on, a friend of mine had a Group 4 car, one of the Exchequer flag cars, which I helped him restore, and he had a load of spare parts and bits and pieces. And I did the restoration work on the car, and he also sorted out a load of bits and pieces. And one of the things he gave me was a very rare, genuine rev counter, which I gave to Guy, and he put it in this car.
Jerry, it's been an absolute honour to chat with you for these cars and the little stories of where you've got parts from and parking outside the Lancia factory and your cars being.
Thank you very much.
It's been an absolute honour, and I hope everyone at home has really enjoyed it. And obviously, you've obviously got a bit of a queue for your cars at the moment, but if people want to join the queue, they can look up Hawk Cars.
I think I'm not a very good salesman. I'm not a very good businessman. I like my cars. I've got a reasonably good knowledge of engineering and things like that. But I think the one thing that I have got in extreme is a passion.
And that come over in absolute leaps and bounds, Jerry. Absolutely. It's been an absolute honour. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
It's never easy, but always exciting in Troy's shed. In a previous visit, Troy was asked by a client to take a ridden hard and put away wet PRB Clubman and make it right for track days. Apparently, this track veteran had been in storage for about 10 years, so there was a bit of maintenance too. Troy said the job was nothing exotic, just a makeover, not a rebuild. But one thing always leads to another at Troy's shed. Check out the full video link below in the description and you can judge for yourself.
So the first baffle's on. There's the rotary oil pickup, 360 degrees. There we have this plate that goes on as well. Another baffle. And the sump, very tricky. Timing belt idler pulley. Probably a bit over-engineered, but I figured it needed to be strong for the abuse.
Be sad if you bent it, wouldn't it?
Hi everybody, yeah, just a quick update, just back from Malvern National Kit Car Show. What a cracking day it was. The trade stands were busy, a lot more trade stands there as well. Manufacturer stands were busy, and the outside club stands were also busy and just absolutely brilliant. One car we did pick up on though, and we did have an interview with the person who built it. That was Low Cost 001, which was on the Complete Kit Car stand of historic cars. So yeah, we did do an interview with Ron Champion. We did do an interview with Matt Reed. So yeah, stay tuned for that, because it's Ron explains why the Low Cost 001 came about, why he ended up building more, and why he ended up writing a book about it. It's an absolutely fascinating story. So yeah, stay tuned. Ron Champion is synonymous with the sports car called a low cost, which is a design based heavily on the original Lotus 7. The low cost pattern originated back in the mid-90s, and Ron's book, Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250, was first published by Haynes Manuals in 1996. For those who do not know, a low cost is a home-built car which features a space frame chassis usually welded together from mild steel square box tubing. The original design featured a double wishbone front suspension with coil spring struts. It used a live axle rear suspension, had aluminium body panels and fiberglass nose cone and wings. Each low cost is highly individualized according to the resources, needs and desires of each builder. We had a chat with Ron at the National Kit Car Show, and we thank you, Ron, for the opportunity. Let's sit back and have a listen.
Hi, everybody from Seven Spot. We're now on the, well, it was the car we wanted to come to the Malvern Kit Car Show and see. And we're now with the famous Ron Champion and his low-cost 001. Fantastic car. Ron, do you want to have a quick chat? Tell us about your book. Tell us about
Absolutely,
your car.
yeah. Well, the car originated before the book because my son, who was 15 at the time, wanted a Lotus 7.
Right.
And there was no way I could afford a Lotus 7 or a Caterham.
Yeah.
So we went to a couple of car shows and I discreetly measured one up and had a look round and realised all it was a bunch of tubes and standard engines that you could get anywhere. So I said, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll make you one. I live and still live near Corby, which was a steel working town, and got permission to go through their scrap bin and got lots of round tube, square tube, 16 gauge tube, etc. And they said, well, you can go through the scrap bin. This is before health and safety.
Absolutely, yeah. You could climb over everything back in them days. I remember the old scrap yards you could go to as well.
Yeah. So I got a load of steel tube and bits of steel plate, got it all home and chalked it out on the garage floor and built a chassis. We then went to the local scrap yards. There was a Morris Minor there with a good engine and gearbox. Got the engine and gearbox out, which is still in it and still going.
It's still the original engine. Wow.
Yeah, still the original engine. I rebuilt the engine, mind you, and sprited it, and by that twin carbs and 3-branch exhaust, etc. And built the car, which he was delighted with. Now, I was teaching at a local school and took the car back to the school for painting. They had more space than I'd got in my single garage at home. The lads at the school, and I am being sexist because it was a boys only boarding school, then it's co-ed now, they wanted one each.
Right.
So
that's kind of like where it started from, really.
Yeah, got permission from the headmaster, had a meeting with the parents. The parents said, yeah, we'll fund it, we'll fund our own son's car, and we started building them. Over the next 10 years, we built 42.
Wow.
All driven away by the lads.
By the lads at school, yeah?
Yeah, while they're still at school, or driven away by their parents. I got one lad, Barnaby Guest, who built 2. He built one road car and one race car, which he raced for a season. And he had the road car built before he'd even passed his driving test.
Wow.
Passed his driving test, then went motor racing in a low-cost 7.
Yeah.
So that's how it all took off.
And then you obviously wrote the book as well.
Well, I don't profess to be an academic. I'm an engineer. And my colleagues in the school were saying, Ron, you ought to write a book. Well, the only motoring publishers I knew of were Haynes.
Yes, I remember the Haynes service manuals.
So I put a package of photographs of the build together and a few words, a synopsis, sent it to Haynes. And the rest is history. The same week I got a letter back, we came for it. I got an advance payment, and the rest is history.
It's spawned hundreds of people to build at a low cost.
Well, what's really kicked it off was it opened the doors for everyone.
Regardless of budget, basically.
Caterham had taken Westfield to court because the Westfield, in their opinion, was too much like a Caterham.
Yeah.
And one, Caterham had to, Westfield had to change all their designs.
Yeah.
The book had been out for a couple of years. There were a few dozen low costs on the road. And then Westfield decided to take me to court for producing a car that's like the Westfield. We got right up to the court step and they withdrew.
Yeah.
Well, once they'd done that, it opened the doors for everyone.
Everybody.
Everyone.
Yeah.
You know, no one's going to contest it. Westfield have had a go.
Yeah. Been thrown out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. I'd have to say this is Matt Reed's car, isn't it? He's done a
Yes, it is.
This is low cost 001, the very first one
The
you built.
very first one, the one I built in the house garage, one I built for my son, and it sat in the garage for about 25 years because I built it for my son. He then went off to university. After university, he travelled around the Far East and then got a job. And every year when he came home, I said, look,
what can you do about this car?
Fine. But he needed accommodation with a garage.
Yeah.
He hadn't got. But after 25 years, I said, look, it's starting to deteriorate. I'll sell it on your behalf. And for the first time, he gave me permission to sell it.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was the...
Matt's now the...
yeah.
I'd like to refer to him as the custodian, not the owner. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, custodian of a classic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is the classic. It's the original one.
Absolutely.
There is no other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
It's
Ron,
my
for your
pleasure.
time. It's my pleasure as well. Real honour. Say hello to Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Jim Gould at 7 Spot. You'll get the video a bit later on.
Thank you very
And I'll
much.
post it up so you can see it. That's
Okay.
been an absolute pleasure talking to you, Ron. Thank you
Pleasure's
so
all
much.
mine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And Lotus 001, we're now with Matt Reed, who I think you've probably heard me saying to Ron, you are the current custodian.
Custodian is exactly the right word, John.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
I agree.
So when did you get this car? It was about 3-4 years ago, I think.
2 years, the end of January, 2.5 years ago now.
2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've fully rebuilt it.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Ron, it was so well built in the first place. I think it's probably more a refurbishment and getting this running again. So the car, engineering-wise, body-wise, was phenomenal.
Yeah.
The fact that 27 years it's had in the shed, Ron very kindly ran the engine quite regularly. So again, that ran.
That helps.
That helps a lot. So for me, I've tried to just carry things on. So it's a refresh, a lot of electrics, a lot of
Premier wiring, did you?
Yeah.
The electrics?
Premier wiring.
I saw, Premier wiring. I saw you marking up balloons, and then the guys up there just put one together. It was pretty much plug and play, wasn't it?
They were absolutely phenomenal. And to be fair, took every switch, laid it all out on the board, handed me back a loom. So now the car, everything runs off Premier wiring loom. Literally every cable is taken out. It's inside Premier wiring loom throughout. And actually, for future proofing, I don't think we ever will, but if we want to go into H6,
It's there.
wiring's all there, neatly tucked away.
Heated seats.
Oh yeah, heated steering wheel. Come on, got to get with the time.
Right, this is the UK, of course. Yeah,
Exactly. I think the biggest thing probably was paintwork, because the primer structure failed away over time. So all the green, it's quite nice actually, because the green is
That's the original green as well, isn't it?
Well, it's the original green. So Ron's got a phenomenal memory.
Well,
so
depth of knowledge.
Depth of knowledge and a phenomenal memory as well for what happened in the early 90s.
Because it was a mix of paint as well. It was
two-thirds of a can of I asked Ron. So I said, what colour is it? So I need to paint it again. I didn't want to just turn up and get it micro measure.
Yeah.
Which is what I did do in the end.
Yeah.
It was 2/3 of a can of British Racing Green and 1/3 of a can of Cortina Yellow.
I was going to say it was the green and yellow mix. The yellow, it's obviously green. It comes across as green, but that little yellow tinge to it as well.
Yeah, that little yellow too. So it's not a British Racing Green colour. The yellow parts on the car are as Ron painted them. So a little nick in the rear wheel arch with a little bit of filler in it. Part of me wants to make it all immaculate. Part of it is...
Was that Ron?
It wasn't me. No comment. It could have been. But I think part of it is there are some parts. The exhaust is a really good example where it just the chrome had perished at the time. I think it was a motorbike exhaust at the time. Yeah. But again, following the spirit, that's actually Caterham HPC exhaust. I don't care what it was. It was on Facebook Marketplace. I swapped it for a nice bottle of bread. So keep it. The days of going to scrapyards getting bits, you can't get near them these days.
No,
And
exactly.
So But this, I think the seat belts have come off Facebook Marketplace, the exhaust of a chat forum, as I say, stop for a bottle of wine.
Back to the original ethos, though, of a low cost.
Yeah, it's just how it works in this generation. Absolutely, it's still using the same principles. The mirror is one I found in the box that Ron gave me, so I glued that on Thursday. You know, it's you can't see anything else; it just shakes like that. But, yeah, I think every part.
To see what's behind you, though, dear.
But it does show you how well things were made, because if I haven't put, I put a couple of light bulbs in the illuminations on some of the dials. Every other bulb is the ones that were in the car in the 90s.
Wow.
So all of the every single instrument item now with the Premier wiring luminate works, apart from fuel gauge.
Yeah,
I'm getting there.
Don't need that.
Well, just put a stick in it, it's okay. But every gauge is the same, apart from you swap the ammeter out for voltmeters, like the alternator exchange for dyno, which kind of makes sense with the alternator. Otherwise, everything is, even the map reading light, is run around Scotland with the bulb in it.
Ron here built it. Absolutely brilliant. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you.
And you, John, good to see you as well.
Yeah, good to see you. Great to see your car. This was the car we were coming to see.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's very kind of you. And I think it's great. It's like custodian is a great word for it. This is Ron's history, Ron's car, which is the current overseers of care for it. That's the way it works.
You're doing a good job.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Yeah. So,
thank you, John.
Keep looking after it.
Oh, we'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Yeah. Cheers, Matt.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jim. Catch you later.
things are getting hot. I wanna give you everything I've got. Oh, so let's go. I'll show you heaven, and we can watch the world from above. And every time we're close together, you make me feel so fine. The way you say those magic words and look into my eyes, I get this burning feeling deep in my soul. When you hold me close, I'll never let go. No, girl, you make me lose control when we're moving to the rhythm of love. Yeah, the rhythm of love. The rhythm of love. Yeah, love. The rhythm of love. I'm spinning out of control when we're moving to the rhythm of love. Well, girl, I think this was meant to be, like it was written in our destiny. Oh, whoa. Well, can you feel the fire as we're moving to the rhythm of love? And every time we're close together, you're making me feel so fine. The way you say those magic words and look into my eyes, I get this crazy feeling deep in my soul. When you hold my hand, never let go. Girl, you make me lose control when we're moving to the rhythm of love. Yeah, the rhythm of love. The rhythm of love. Yeah, love. The rhythm of love. I'm spinning out of control when we're moving to the rhythm of love. The rhythm of love. The rhythm of love. A sunny day, right there you took my breath away. Young and pretty, was it just a dream? The next day you called me up, you told me I'm your little buttercup. You came over and you fell into my arms. Well, I know what I feel. Please tell me your love is real. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover. I woke up all soaked in sweat, with chills running down my neck. I'm going crazy from just the thought of you. A long blonde hair and your beautiful smile. Your sense of humor makes it all worthwhile. Don't make me wait, it's not a funny game. You know just what I feel. Please tell me your love is real. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover, a hopeless lover, hopeless lover. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, and I can't get enough. Can't get enough. I can't get enough. I can't get enough. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover, hopeless lover. And that's what I am. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish this girl were mine. And I can't get enough. Hopeless lover. I can't get enough. I can't get enough. You make me smile when I think of you. You're right down on when I am when I can't get enough. You make me happy. I feel so fine. It's like the wind. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover. Hopeless lover. And that's what I am. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish this girl was mine. And I can't get enough. Hopeless lover.
Well, greetings, world, and greetings, Seven Spot. I'm bringing you a news update. And just the news update that we've got for you today is we are planning more webinars. As you may see on our Substack, we have advertised that we are a learning place, and we are going to have I Love to Watch movies and learning shows. And one of the things that we are looking at doing is some development skills in different areas. Now, number one son happens to be an advanced composites specialist. And we are looking for people who are interested in helping us learn more about advanced composites. And if you are that type of person and you would like to join a stream on educating the masses about the wonders of carbon fiber and other composites, please contact me. You can reach me at 7spotmedia@gmail.com, or if you're on Facebook, just look up Jim Gould and shoot me a line, or if you're on 7spot Facebook group, look me up and send me a text, and we will get you on the show. Speaking of on the show, let's get back to XCS Designs.
Yeah, wider. They're wider as well, so we've moved the headers over.
Yeah.
So we can get sort of 6'9", 6'10" chaps in now.
Yeah, yeah.
We've done a wider seat as well, so you can get bigger
chaps,
yeah,
as it were. Yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously we've got the four-wheel drive 7.
Yeah.
Or our version
That's
of
with
the 7.
that's with the Honda, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's with the camber comp on it as well, front and
Yeah.
rear.
Camber comp front.
Yeah.
The Dion rear.
Yeah.
But 5-link rear.
Okay. Yeah.
With adjustable roll centre on the
Is
rear.
that which series is that? K24 engine, is it? Or the K?
It's the latest Honda Civic.
Latest Honda Civic engine, yeah.
K20C or.
Okay, and you turboed that as well, have you?
It's turbo from the factory, standard.
Okay.
So with a map, you're running at about 430, 440 horsepower.
That's incredible.
And obviously because it's four-wheel drive as well.
Yeah. It launches. It's not going to spin up the rears. Yeah.
And then we've got the entry level 7.
Yeah. This you extended the nose cone, didn't you? Didn't you extend the nose on this, or am I getting completely confused?
No.
No, from the original. It's original.
No,
dash,
it's as it was really.
Yeah.
This has got a standard hard booster in it.
Yeah.
Good fun. Entry level.
1340.
Yeah, just standard.
Yeah.
Dry sumped.
Yeah.
It's only trick bit on it really.
And you've not mentioned your carts, either your drift carts, because this is fairly new, isn't it?
Yeah,
drift
so
carts, Felix.
obviously we have a 2-week shutdown over Christmas.
Yeah.
And I'll get bored. So I just sat there and designed these.
Yeah. So what engines are in these?
It's the Honda 160.
Yeah. Chain driven, obviously.
Yeah, that you find in your lawnmower.
Centrifugal clutch.
Yep. And they're just a bit of fun. Plastic sleeves on the back.
Yeah.
Loads of lock. Hydraulic handbrake. And you can just just them around the yard. We sell a lot for companies for promotion.
Oh,
and
like,
stuff.
yeah.
And they just buy them, turn up at a show with all their branding on it.
Yeah.
And then like we do, lunchtime and that.
Just go out for a bit
the
of fun in
lads
the car
go
park.
out in the yard and have a roar about. Try not to break anything.
Or hit anything.
Yeah. But yeah, they're just a bit of fun.
Yeah, brilliant.
It does look very, obviously, virtually the same as last year, but we've been so busy with factory builds.
Yeah, that's
We
good.
just-
That's good though. Keeping
It is
the order
good,
books full. Yeah.
but we just don't get time to work on our own stuff, which is good in a way.
Yeah.
But I think we've got 6 factory builds on at the minute.
Wow. Yeah. And are they fully built cars or
Yeah, fully built.
or a
cars.
mix of part builds or?
No, they're fully built, and then we've probably got, I think, in the next 2 weeks, we've got completed cars coming in for work. I think there's another 4 or 5 cars coming in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hence, we're running out of room at the factory. So,
You looking at moving or getting another?
yeah, we're moving.
You're
We are
moving?
moving.
Yeah.
So we've got the factory in Saffron Walden.
Yeah.
So we've got the fab side and the fiberglass side.
Yeah.
And then we've got the showroom and the build up. So, and then we've got a 5,000 square foot storage facility.
Yeah, and
It's
that's
got-
full.
That's full to
That's
the brim.
full.
So we're getting rid of that. We're moving into a 9,000 square foot factory and putting it all together.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Because we tend to keep running stuff about. We work on that car, waiting for parts. So then we have to go and get another one from the barn, and it's not really working. And then obviously we've bought a lot of stock in this year as well. So
Right.
we're now running at 1.5 million pounds of stock.
Worth of stock. A lot of the stuff you're building is in house as well. A
So
lot of your
everything's built in
engineering.
house.
Yeah.
When we're not, so from the fab side, when they're quiet, as if we're doing factory build, once they've done their bit, in the factory, in the fab side, it goes into build up.
Yeah.
So then the fab side, the lads in there are quiet. So what
they
we
can
do
start
is they
building
make
stock,
stock,
making stock and building it
and
up.
that gets made,
Yeah.
goes off the powder coat, and then goes up to the barn.
Yeah.
So I think we've got 10 in stock at the minute, Cobras.
Yeah.
Bodies, chassis.
Yeah.
All ready to go. We like to keep 10 ahead. So as we sell the cars, if we sell 2 1 week or 3, then we'll make another 3 and go
Start
back
making
into stock.
another. Yeah. Got
So
you.
when a customer comes in, they can buy every single part for that car that day.
Off the shelf. Yeah.
It's all in stock.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else does that.
No. I think GBS who are here, and a lot of their stuff's in house. Similar.
But it's the holding the stock.
Yeah.
So if you came to me on Tuesday and said,
I want a Cobra,
I want a 427,
yeah,
I can fill your van up with every single nut, bolt, and part for that car.
that I need to actually build the thing and
You
get
can
it on
take
the
it
road.
all the way in one go.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So that's what we've been working on as well.
Yeah, excellent. The Felix is doing a quick walk around of the car.
Yeah.
That blue on that stunning colour.
Yeah, it's good.
Is that an
LS3.
LS3 engine in that
just
one? Yeah.
standard.
Yeah.
All you need, really. And obviously, there's no donor parts anymore with our cars.
Exactly. It's all
With
brand
the
new.
Sevens and the Cobras.
To get it registered on a not
Brand
on a
new
Q,
reg.
not on a Q plate, brand new
Yeah,
reg.
brand new reg. There's
Yeah.
no of this old Jag XJ40 stuff.
Yeah.
It's all modern, up to date, brand new, out of the box.
Brilliant. Yeah. Well, thanks, Harvey. It's been an
That's
absolute
all right.
pleasure.
Good to see you again.
Yeah,
Looking
good
well
to
as
see you.
always.
Well, I've got me free kit car, complete kit car T-shirt because I did resubscribe to complete kit car. About a week ago.
All
And
right.
had an offer on to
We'll
get
have
a
to
free cap or
Get you an
hat or whatever.
XCS sent out. XCS shirt sent
I'll
out.
drop you a note. Yeah, I'll drop you a note anyway. Cheers, Harvey.
All
It's been
right,
a
mate. Take
pleasure.
care.
Great stand again.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
look forward to seeing more of your cars coming out.
Right.
Thanks,
Take care.
Harvey.
See ya.
Thank you.
Well, greetings, world, and greetings, Seven Spot. It's Seven Spot Jim with another piece of news. And I'm going to wait, and I'm hopeful that Not Us John is still at the other end. John, if you are there, open up your camera. We have a little bit of a something to discuss. And there we go. Hello, John. Sure, that's not exactly what I wanted to happen, but we can live with that. Oh dear, how did that happen? John, are you with us?
Yeah.
There we go. How are you, John?
Oh, Jim, I'm good. I'm warm. It's very warm.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually basking in wonderful air conditioning. It's just fabulous. Thought I'd share that with you. But I thought I'd bring a little bit of news, and you probably already know about this because you reported on it live. But I'm going to open up a window here for us to have a look at. Let's see now. I got to bring that in. Present. Share screen. And there we are. Check this out. Can you see that? And tell us about what that is.
Ah, the Zero EV. Yes, I had a fascinating talk with Richard.
Well, let's just read it. What it has to say. The new Zero EV chassis has been seen for the very first time earlier this month at our stand at the Malvern Kit Car Show.
Absolutely, and we managed to do an interview with Richard Hall. If anybody knows GBS, what a fantastic bunch of people they are. Family-run business. Just so friendly, very knowledgeable. And I think I put a flippant comment, might be a little bit flippant comment, about Richard never sleeps. because he was always developing the GBS. And it's come such a long way. It was the Gen 1, and now the Gen 2 is making it even more friendly to get through IVA in terms of like the front suspension bolts and nuts and so on. Engineered those so you don't need to put rubber boots on them. It's also running things like the different ECUs as well. So you've got if you fit, well, it's a little bit overboard if you're not going to fit them, but you can fit wheel sensors. So he's got launch control, ABS, you name it. You can have it in your GBS, and also the ECU monitors the actual engine. So they're normally, most of them are running like the 2-litre or 2.3 Duratex. But the ECU monitors all of the engine things. So it won't let you go over certain revs until the engine's warmed up. If it sees something wrong with the oil pressure, it will put it into limp mode. And as Richard said, it just protects your engine. But yeah, the EV, the whole EV thing, it's not been really announced a lot, but it's just fascinating to watch it because they're using the Tesla unit in the rear drive, batteries up the front. He should get probably a 50-50 weight distribution on it, maybe a little bit heavier on the front.
Well, I think what you were saying, I mean, you were talking to firsthand, but I guess it's all depends on what your purpose is. You order your EV based on what your purpose is, and if you're looking for a quick run up the hill and then recharge, you're probably going to get something that's 50-50. But if you want something that's got a little bit of endurance to it, you're going to have to load it up with more cells.
Exactly. I know. We did a lot on EV stuff on the 7Spot YouTube channel, but yeah, and there's a classic video of where an EV. I think it was in Tobago or wherever it was.
It's in Barbados.
And Barbados, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, and it went up against massive V8s, and he's never lost.
No, it was a turbo Hayabusa. And he's never lost. I mean, crazy fast.
Yeah, I think for me that there's definitely a place for electric vehicles. Whether it's for me in a 7, I I don't know, but there's definitely applications where it's absolutely you've got to go the EV route. Certainly, hill climbs, drag racing.
Oh yeah,
you can't beat an EV. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, there's no question about that. But I just wanted to bring you into this stream. I'm happy that you're hanging around, because I remember through my email getting a notification from Richard saying that they are now doing all makes kit car repairs and maintenance, which I thought that would be a good little piece of news to spread around. So folks, if you have a kit car and it happens to be a Westfield or Caterham or whatever you've got, and you're in now where are they located?
Midlands-ish, northish.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyway, they please give Richard a call and be happy to look after your servicing.
They could do corner waiting. I don't think they've got a rolling road at their premises, but they know of one. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And also they've got an open day coming up as well, I think.
Yeah.
Is it next weekend?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Please just look at the GBS site, which is Great British Sports Cars. Let's see. Now, what is it? Great British Sports Cars.
I'm sure
.com.
Yeah.
And let's just take a look at the events, shall we?
Definitely, yeah. And also, if you do go to an event, have a little poke around in the back of the garage because
look at that. They've got a track day coming up on the 26th on Wednesday.
They do restorations as well.
Oh yeah, they certainly do.
Yeah,
and they got Cars and Coffee. That's the one you're talking about. Friday,
that's the one I'm talking about. Is that next 28th? Yeah, that's next weekend then. Yeah.
The track day sounds like it could be fun. GBS would like to invite you to come and join us at Donington Park for a track day on Wednesday the 26th. If you're not taking part, you are welcome to come and join us and spectate.
Yeah, and the GBS open day as well, coffee day or track day. It's not just open to just GBS owners.
Yes. Yeah.
Any car make, whether it be a 7, whether it be a Cobra, or whatever you've got, you're more than welcome to turn up, and it's always a great turn up. And I do believe there's free bacon butties there as well, but I didn't tell you that.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear a thing. Well, in any event, I'm looking forward to doing some more stuff with Richard. I always find that he's very, very accommodating, and it's always great to find out what's going on over there.
It's very difficult to pin down. As I say, he never sleeps. He's always busy, always developing the car, always thinking up new stuff. And this is absolutely the way forward. Just brilliant cars.
Absolutely. Well, that's the end of my newsy. I'm going to bring us back into the show.
Yeah, I'll catch you a bit later. I'm still around, Jim, so I'll catch you a little bit.
All right. If you happen to see some news, don't hesitate to jump in.
Yeah, will do, Jim. Yeah, cheers,
right.
Jim.
Cheers. Bye now.
So I'll see if I can just walk around here for you. I've got the nose of it off. I took the nose off just in case you wanted to have a little look.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. And
when
you've supplied me with some photos.
Sorry?
I was just going to say you supplied me with a good number of photos. So after we're finished with this recording, I'm going to overlay some of the photos into it so people get a good idea of what the finished product looked like.
Well, my dad was president of a local car club called the Campbelltown Districts Car Club. He invited Stan Brown to come and give a talk at one of their meetings. And that's where the friendship struck. He and Stan Brown came from a similar part in England, and they got on famously. Dad went and had a look at the car. It's at North Sydney, and instantly decided to buy it. This car cost my father £750. Put that into perspective, a new Holden of the day, which was an FC Holden, 56 model Holden, was £540. So it was significantly more than buying a new car. And in doing that, I'll show you this. Yeah, I'll show you this if I can. Keep my finger on. Can you see that? That's the badge.
That's lovely. I
the
was wondering
Campbelltown
what that
District's
is.
Car Club badge.
Also,
That
so
badge
that's
has
the
been on that grill for since 1952.
that's the Campbell. How did you call it? The Campbell Car Club?
Campbelltown.
Oh,
Campbelltown.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Campbelltown. Yeah.
Campbelltown and Districts Motor Club. That badge has been there since 1957.
Wow, nice.
My
It
my
looks
son
perfect on the car.
My son is a jeweler,
Hmm.
and he made. I don't know if you can see it. The Slotus badge.
Yep. Yeah, I see that.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
So yeah, it's a big family deal. This car.
Yeah, it's a wonderful, lovely, well-stocked shed you've got there.
Well, it's probably about 2.5 acres, not big enough, but you probably see here. This is my. Can you see this car here?
Yep.
This is my Survivor. This car, 1935 Morgan three-wheeler, survived the Blitz in London. Anyway,
wow,
that's another story. And I got another 1927 Morgan up in the roof.
Yeah, you're a Morgan guy.
Oh yeah, through and through.
And you've got a Morgan replica, is it?
Oh,
or is it?
Yeah.
Is it fair to call it a Morgan replica?
Absolutely. Can you see that?
I can. It's just gorgeous. When I looked at it, I said, "It's a Morgan," but it's a little bit. It looks a lot tougher than a +4. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah. Well, it was actually. I've always wanted a Morgan, one of these round nose Morgans, and I could never afford one. You know, they're 150 grand. Couldn't afford one, so I built one. Started with 2 lengths of 2x2 RHS box section still laying on the floor, and what you see there is the end result. Aluminium body, are used local. I think you call them a Buick motor. We call them a Rover motor.
Okay.
But in Australia, we had a car called a Leyland 76, which was a Rover motor V8, but 4.4 litre. And that's got the Rover, the Leyland 4.4 litre motor and Borg Warner 210 gearbox and a Ford rear end. Thing goes like a cut snake. It's got 270 rear wheel horsepower, and it's just such fun to drive. Yeah, it's just such fun to drive.
And does it have the same coal cart suspension as the Morgan?
No.
Like the Hotchkiss rear suspension?
No, billy cart suspension. No. It's a bit more sophisticated than a real Morgan. It's actually got inboard rocker arm front suspension, and it's got four-link trailing arm with Watts link on the back.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, that's great. Fabulous.
And the Slotus has got, as you can probably guess and see, it's got 4-link trailing arm rear suspension.
Okay.
And it's attached to a Morris diff.
Okay.
And it's also got a Panhard. It's got a Panhard rod underneath there as well.
Right. Fabulous. Absolutely
it's
fabulous.
I don't think that the Slotus is anything kind of special. I don't think you say it was innovative in design. And in fact, Stan Brown was not an engineer. He was I'm just taking the rear, what do you call them? Rear deck, rear boot lid off. Just to show you what's in the back.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little Morris
Lovely.
Morris Minor diff.
Mm-hmm.
The Morris Minor's got so many different diff ratios, it's unbelievable. And what you see there is pretty much as it was back in 1957.
Wow, nice. What a glorious car. Thank you.
Possibly the fuel pump is probably the only thing that's a bit different.
Yeah. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you for sharing that with us, Andrew. It's absolutely fabulous, I got to say.
Yeah, not a problem. It's nice to to find somebody who actually appreciates this stuff. You drive it down the road and they take photographs of it, but they don't really appreciate what's gone into building it, finding it in the
Yeah.
first place, and
Well,
then
it's the
restoring it.
stories.
You know?
It's the stories for me. I love the stories. I mean, this has been in your family for now 4 generations.
Well,
It's fabulous.
It actually got traded in about 1960. The car got traded in with a guy called Frank Manich. I don't know if you've ever come across him, but he's a fairly famous Australian racing driver, car builder, and what have you. And he had a car yard, and he specialised in high performance sort of Jaguars and things like that. So my brother took it and traded it in on a Healy.
Oh, okay.
So from about 1960 to 1966, we lose it. It gets lost.
Mm-hmm.
But it turned up again in time for me to restore it, love it, put it back together, and
that's
I now race
where
it. My son races it. My daughter.
And that's where the rear wings got where you took the dimensions
When
of
it
the
was
rear
out of
wing back
our
in.
life, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Correct. Somewhere in
Wow,
between
that's
60 and
fabulous.
66, the thing got widened in the back. Yeah. As you can see,
Wow.
it's the wheels still kind of protrude out from the mudguards a little bit, but that's normal for Pommy cars of this period.
Yeah. Well, Andrew, I got to say thank you. I mean, I'm going to be taking this video and I'm going to be, I mean, it's not a live video because we don't have the facility to do so, but I managed to record it and I'm going to edit it down and add in some of that video that you provided, some of the video and some of the photos you've given, and then I'm going to put it up on 7Spot. And if you wouldn't mind, I know that you don't have it in your possession anymore, but I would love you to just tell us briefly about Renmax.
Okay. Michael and I were going to build a 7 for racing. And
Yes.
I know Bob Britton, and I went to him and said, "What do you got?" And he says, "Well, I'll build you a chassis." So he built me one of his chassis off his jig, which is an exact replica of a Lotus 7. You can appreciate Lotus 7s were a very small car, little, tiny, narrow. Two big fat old bald ugly guys like me wouldn't fit into them side by side. Very narrow little car. So he built this car for me, and he decided to put inboard rocker arm front suspension on it. He built that. I brought it back to my factory where Mike and I completed the car to what you see in all the photographs. That's with the Honda motor in it. That Honda motor is just devastatingly quick, 265 brake horsepower and 9,500 RPM out of the box without tuning it, without mucking about with it. Reliable horsepower. The thing is such a scary motor car to drive. I've driven all sorts of cars in my day, and I've got to tell you, it's the scariest thing I've ever driven. And once we finished it, I was back and forward to Bob virtually on a weekly basis, getting approval to do little things. And what do you think about this? And can I do that? He helped me all the way along. And in the end, I'd finished the car. Well, we were building a race car, but a guy came to me and said, "How much do you want for the Renmax?" I said, "Mate, it's not for sale." He said, "Mate, everything's for sale for a price. Think of a number." And I thought of this really, really stupid number. And he says, "Okay, can you do it with red with a gold stripe?" And so we did. So once it was finished and road registered, it went to a new owner. But it was a fantastic little car to drive, just fantastic.
I know. And what a gorgeous color combo. It looks fabulous. And I love the detail work on the I guess the exhaust cover. It's just like it's gorgeous.
If you look at one of the photographs that I sent you a photograph of our car collection at the time out front of my factory.
Yes, I saw
my factory, I was 42 years a specialist in automotive exhausts. And one of the things that I really hate is Clubmans with ugly exhausts. When I built that car, I built the headers off the motor to come because the Honda motor, all the exhaust is on the right-hand side, When an exhaust system runs down the right-hand side of a car in Australia, it can have a side outlet in front of the wheel. But if it comes out the other side, which most Fords or 4AGEs and those sorts of things, they go out the other side, and you've got to run it right to the back of the car because you can't have your car blowing black smoke on the lovely little Dolly Bird's white stockings. So it's got to come out this with the Renmax. It came out the driver's side. So all of that is a fiberglass cover that covers everything from the headers to the tailpipe. And that includes the catalytic converter and the big giant muffler I had to put in there because we have to comply to 96 decibels. So yeah, it was a bit of a compliance issue, but the whole issue was a compliance thing in Australia. I don't know what it's like for 7 builders in other countries, but in Australia, that car had to comply to all the current ADRs, Australian design rules, for that year. So that means that all the pollution had to be upgraded to run low emissions. Braking systems had to be tested. I had to do a lozenge and twist test on the chassis, which I think I've sent you some photographs of that actually happening in the workshop. So, yeah, a lot of things like had to have a seat belt light to say that, you know, your seat belt's not connected. So there was a lot of electronic issues, and Hondas being Hondas, their ignition system is integrated in a whole wiring loom. So we had to put a Motec computer in it and have it all tuned especially. So yeah, a lot of mucking about.
Well, it's gorgeous, and I'm going to include all those photographs that you've provided. It'll be eaten up because, quite frankly, well, everything in Australia we don't know about, but in particular Renmax, I did not know that Renmax made a Clubman. It's just like that was news.
Do you know how Renmax got its name?
Ren, I believe. Well, I'll let you tell the world, but I do.
I said to Bob,
and because
you
told me, so why don't you tell everybody else?
Okay, well, I asked Bob one day, where did you get the name Renmax from? Because it doesn't make sense. And he said, well, Ren is German for race, and it's just, as far as I'm concerned, is racing to the max. So it was Renmax. That's just how it came about. And they've been Renmaxes since the late 50s.
Yeah, and Bob is an interesting story in itself. What is Bob's last name?
Britton, Britton. Yeah.
Okay, and he's a young lad, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's 84 or something.
84.
Yeah, he's 84.
And he's still at it, is he?
Yeah. Oh, still making it. He gets halfway through a project and then he figures out what his next project's going to be. And
That's
people
fabulous.
give him things. Like a neighbour came up just recently and said, oh, I've got this old BMW you can have. So he turned it into a Maserati 3000 copy. You know, he's just and he likes his Clubman, and he built a single seat motorcycle powered Clubman with a roof in it because he didn't like getting wet in the rain, so he built one with and it looks a bit like the fuselage of a World War II fighter, and it's on 4 wheels. The motors in the back. He's also built a Clubman with a transaxle rather than a drive shaft and diff. Like he's just when he's halfway through a project, he's looking for the next project to build.
Yeah.
The last one I saw him doing was the Maserati. But I know he's doing something else at the moment, but I haven't been to see him for a while because of the COVID lockdowns.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're doing the virtual and socially distanced sevens, because we're all kind of in this mess together. But I'm going to say this because we've been going for 23 minutes, and believe me, we can do this again another time. But I'm going to put a bow on this one, and I'm going to say thank you because this is. It's amazing. I mean, I'm amazed because I'm now jealous. I want to be Australian.
Well, as I said to you at a phone call once before, Jim, that in Australia we didn't have the pleasure of having custom built one-off race cars that come out of factories. We were
Yeah.
competing with cars that were built up out of what we could find in wrecking yards, which
Yeah.
is why we have a whole lot of surplus, Second World War surplus tank engined race cars, which is what
Yeah.
the Maybach was.
Yeah.
And things like the Ford V8s were very popular. And
Mhm.
Clubmen, because they were cheap and easy to build, a lot of
Mhm.
Clubmans in Australia. Big, yeah. I've seen fields at racetracks of 30 plus Clubmans.
Yeah, I'm
And in fact,
really
one
jealous.
of the circuits that we raced at, the outright lap record was held
Mhm.
by a Clubman. Yeah.
Wow. Well, Andrew, I'm going to let you have a wonderful day, and I'm going to say thank you for now, because I'm going to take all this stuff, I'm going to compile it tomorrow. I'm going to edit it and throw in all the rest of the video and the pictures, and
Can you see that one?
I can do
See that
that.
one?
I can see. Yeah. Who's that?
Okay, that's my brother in the pit area at Bathurst.
Okay.
Notice it's registered.
Yep. I think you sent me that photo. I'll probably overlay this one. Yeah.
This fence here is what we call Mountain Straight at Bathurst. Yeah.
That's amazing. Lovely
All right.
stuff.
Well, thanks for the interest. It's
Oh no,
it's
it's
been
fine.
great.
Believe me, I'm glad that we got together. We've had a few communication issues trying to get this thing set up, but I am so pleased. Thank you so much.
Look, absolutely my pleasure. Trust me.
Oh, believe me, we'll get together. Like someone told me that, well, I don't know if it was you or somebody said, I could go on for hours. He said, somebody said
Yeah,
that.
that'd be me. That'd be me. I do have that ability to dribble on for a long time.
No worries. We'll get together and we'll dribble some more. All right. Have a
Look,
great day
I'm
and we'll
looking
talk
forward.
soon. All right. Cheers.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, Jim. See you then.
All right. Bye.
Hooroo.
Hooroo.
We're here now with Mev, who are right. Right next door to CKC in the little hall at the end, and they're also running outside the live experience where people can jump in a car and basically be terrified. So I'm with Stuart, who's the owner. Now, the Exocet, that's a car that's been with
2010. Stuart Mills originally designed it, and the concept was taking the MX-5, taking the body off it and dropping a space frame chassis on. Since 2010, 2011, it's been evolving into what we've got here.
Yeah, and the big evolution is the car right in front of us here, which has got a bit different under the bonnet to everything else in this hall.
It has, yes.
Yeah, tell us about what you've done to it.
Well, we completed the Mark III donor using the MX-5 NC and looked at it and looked at the RX-8 and thought there was quite a few components that are shared. And we said, well, let's get one and see what fits. So we stripped an RX-8 down, exactly the same concept as the MX-5, monocoque chassis, lift the body off, you're left with all the running gear. We put our chassis up to it and made some tweaks and bolted it together.
So this, rather than being a MX-5 Exocet with a rotary engine, this is a complete RX-8 car front to back.
Exactly, yes. So we've taken everything in the same way we do with the MX-5, taken everything from the donor and used it in this car. So the engine, the gearbox, the diff, the power plant frame, the prop shaft, all the brakes, all the wheels, everything transfers over. A couple of things we found didn't fit, such as the exhaust manifold, far too wide to fit in the transmission tunnel. So we've made a custom stainless steel manifold, and the fuel tank, because the RX-8 uses a saddle tank underneath the rear seats. There was no way that was going to fit in this.
No, you haven't got any rear seats to start with, so that does sort of limit it. Yeah.
So what we did, we designed an aluminium tank for that.
Okay.
It's all included with the kit that we offer. It's all included in the price.
So the kit you're offering for this, and this is up ready, and you can come and buy one now. Is a complete kit. Basically, add your RX-8 to it, and off you go.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Okay. And compared to the original Exocet, what sort of performance can people expect on this one?
Next level. So the RX out of the box, if you go for the high powered one, is 231 horsepower. It revs to just over 9,000 RPM, and it just takes off. The power delivery is very linear, so it will just keep revving and keep pulling all the way up to the red line. The 0 to 60s, we were looking low 4 seconds with the road chassis, with the lighter chassis, and yeah, top speed is probably about 145.
Oh wow! There is one slight elephant in the room for me when we talk rotary engines. Yeah, you know where I'm going with this one. It's because, let's be honest, most RX-8s get scrapped, not because the body's gone rusty or anything like that. It's because someone's hit problems with the engine. I would guess as it's been a lighter car, it's probably put under less stress. But I guess the crucial thing with this is buying the best donor you can with a good engine.
Well, there's two ways to look at it. The whole problem with the original RX-8 was it was sold as a family car. It wasn't sold as a performance car, particularly. So people didn't understand how to use that engine. They don't like being turned on and then turned off. They like to get hot before they're turned off. And then it starts to develop hot start issues, which is what everybody talks about. And the oil consumption. The oil is designed to be used in the engine to keep the rotor tips cool and lubricated. If that unfortunately has an effect on emissions, which is why they couldn't get them into the Euro 5 and Euro 6, but it's still a Euro 4 compliant car with that setup. So getting a cheap donor with a junk engine is what we did with this car to prove the concept, knowing that a rebuild engine is probably no more expensive than either turbocharging or doing a full blueprint rebuild on a piston engine. For less than £2,000, you can have essentially a brand new engine in there.
Okay. I thought the numbers in my head were a lot bigger than that. So
there's so many companies out there now that are specialising in the rotary engines. We used a gentleman called Pip Gardner who's been doing it for 40, 50 years, and he knows rotaries inside out from back in the early RX days. So we sent the engine up to him and said, "There's the block. Do what needs to be done." And yeah, for less than £2,000, we've got now essentially a brand new engine, 231 horsepower dynoed. And it just goes now.
And the other thing is, it's obviously pulling a lot less weight along, and people who are going to spend the time putting these together are going to use the engine right as well. So you should easily have a good life out of the engine.
Yes, yeah. When we built this car, the brief was, let's keep as much of the original components, the wiring loom, the ECU, the oil cooler, if we could, to keep the build as simple as possible. With that, it translates to a little bit more weight because it's a lot of wiring loom. But if when we put it on the scales, it came in at bang on 50% the weight of the original car. With a little bit more work on the loom and some of the ancillaries, deleting the air pump and a few other things, that can easily come down to 600 kilos. And 600 kilos in 230 horsepower is a weapon.
Yeah, you're talking 350, 375 horsepower a ton. So kit price wise, what are we looking at?
5995 plus the VAT. With that, you get the stainless steel manifold and the aluminium fuel tank. Modifications to the original components, such as the prop shaft and the PPF, we will do that as part of the kit. The nice thing about the RX-8 is that not a lot of people realise it's got a carbon fibre prop shaft as well, and that can be modified to use in this kit, which is a nice little feature.
Okay, so competitively priced, lots of power. What's not to like?
Yeah.
Shall we just refresh our memory of the original, or when I say original, but it's the Mark III Exocet. So this is for the Mark III MX-5.
Yes.
Kit price I can see on the window there, £5,000. this has got to be probably for somebody coming into the kit car world one of the easiest to build.
It is, and it's our USP. It's what we market this car as. It is the easiest car to build. You don't need any special tools, any special skills. All the parts retained from the Mazda are bolted straight to this. You don't need custom wishbones or anything like that. It just all works. And for somebody in their garage who wants to get into kit cars but may not have the experience to build one of the more complicated machines, you learn how the car comes apart when you're taking it apart, so you know how it goes back together. So whereas some kits, you get a bag full of nuts and a bag full of bolts and you lay it all out and think, well, where do I start? You start with a running car already and you start taking it apart yourself.
And the great thing with MX-5s is they do like to rust.
Yes,
so
which is ideal.
Yeah.
The donors are coming down in price a lot. We paid about £800 for a Mark III 2-litre Duratec with a 6-speed gearbox with a rotten body. The underpinnings, because Mazda know how to build an engine, the underpinnings were great. Pulled the body off, scrapped it, got a few £100 for the shell, and that all goes towards the cost of the kit.
As you say, what's not to like?
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much for your time, Phil. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, a few technical difficulties there. Whirly, spinny death thing, but yeah, bear with us. We'll be back soon.
And in with the. Well, greetings, world, and greetings, Seven Spot. Seven Spot Jim here. Boy, do we have a great show for you today. I can't even begin to imagine the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who've been made aware of the word low cost through this book. Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as 250 pounds and race it by Ron Champion. A few years back, Ron made the painful decision to sell low cost number one. And today's guest is the custodian of this iconic car. So this is going to be great, but before we get started, I'm going to implore you, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button. It really helps us spread the message. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Matt Reed. Hello, Matt. How are you today?
I'm very well. Good morning, Jim. Are you well?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock in the morning here in beautiful British Columbia, and you're in Gloucester somewhere. And it's lovely summer weather where you are, 24 degrees as I understand it, and rainy here with 14 degrees is our expectant high today. So let's have a sunny time. And I mean, the story of low cost number one has been truly well documented, and it's been passed into your hands. And I'm very, very keen, as I've always said, you know, the best thing about our little cars is the stories that they help us tell. So would you mind just telling us how the low cost number one came into your hands?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And it's a pleasure to tell the story and kind of extend the story. I hope, early days for us in the grand scheme of 30 years plus of low cost history. So yeah, my experience with 001 started from my daughter.
Wow.
So oddly enough, in the book, I think Ron's son James was about 15, and my daughter was a similar age.
Oh, really?
And she said, we were having the chat, as you do at that age. You've got to think about what you want to do in life just a bit so you can set your education up. And she said, I want to work in Formula One.
Wow.
Well, great, fantastic. So what do you want to do? Do you want to be in PR, comms, logistics, or engineering? You're good, do your STEM subjects. I don't want to do STEM. But okay, so I realized the reality was she liked Formula One. I couldn't think of anything else for a career. So I got in contact with a good friend called Greg Smith. Greg races in the UK low cost series. I've known him since I was a lot smaller than I am today, 40 years indeed. Greg's been running for 10 years in the series, and he got in contact with, who helps you out for the racing with your low cost weekends? He said, well, me. It's me, the van, the tools, and we all club in if something happens. It's a great series. So I said, well, do you fancy a pit crew? And this is just in the end of some of the COVID lockdowns 2 years ago now. Do you fancy a pit crew? And Abby said, yeah, okay. So I said, well, if you want to be in Formula One, you can be a pit crew. There you go. So we drove to Donington Park in East Midlands of the UK. And we helped Greg and Abby pitted for him. I was the hand to Abby, and Abby checked the fuel, loaded the fuel, and just did everything really. Got very hands-on. Greg was very good to her, very kind. And a couple of other drivers, including Keith Malpas, were fantastic. Welcomed her, made her feel part of the team. So she knew what it was to motor race at the most basic level, but at a level, which was fantastic. So,
well, let me jump into the bit of the story that I know of. In what state was low cost 001 in when it came into your possession?
So our timing very quickly evolved from being at the low cost series and just getting the bug for it. So we just joined some of the Facebook pages. We chatted on the way back about the romance of buying a car and running a car, building a car, but just joined in to soak up some information and think about what we could do. And then we saw Ron Champion's post on Facebook.
Yeah,
where he shared the sad news that he was having to part with a car and was interested in people who would like to take it on. So he'd wheeled it out of the shed for the photos that are on, been circulated quite widely for the first time in 27 years.
27 years. Wow.
27 years. In the book, it was famously driven to Paris and a loop around the Arc de Triomphe, I think. But really, otherwise, it hadn't been on the road for I think it did a couple of years, and then the son James lost interest and outgrew the car. So yeah, it's been sat in his shed, and he ran the engine regularly, got it up to speed. It was still had to be hot wired by that stage, but the engine would run. But otherwise, most other things, certainly all of the chrome, a lot of the paintwork had expired.
And as I understand it, there was some wiring issues, and
Yeah.
there were also some locked cylinders as well.
Yeah, there were certainly sort of brake cylinders, master cylinders had perished. So bearing in mind, this is a car made from salvage parts 30 years ago that then sat for 27 years after that. The 50 or 60 or indeterminate number of years that they'd existed for meant that they were, they weren't so good. But of course, rear axles, and Ron, was a mechanical engineer and trained students in engineering, and he built a good car. The rose jointing, the quality of the finish work is phenomenal. So the bodywork itself, the build itself, and a lot of the finish was fantastic. It just needed and continues to need some perfecting, and included wiring. So as you say, we just took a look at it, made an assessment about everything, and just pulled every cable out, took lots of photos, and stripped every cable out of it, just to think, let's start from the beginning again. So yeah, that's where we started the journey.
Wow. And where do we go from here? Can we start the journey, do you think?
Well, she starts. She starts off her own loom. We can go and have a look in a minute if you like. Okay. The journey for me really has been, I've tried to balance out limited possible modernization as I could do. Mm-hmm. Having said that, there are some practical steps because I'm not an engineer. My dad was, and I'm from a family of engineers, but my engineering career did not happen. You know, many legacies have gone into getting the car where it is now, including my dad, who was 30 years as an aircraft engineer on Concorde. Mm-hmm. He's lent me his tools because I've got a hybrid of all sorts of measurements and sizes and dimensions on the car. So for us now, the final step really is the final preparation. So we have electrical testing, brake line finishing, windscreen to go on, and a few fittings to go, and she should be on the road. So hopefully I can share that with yourself and the forum soon, Jim.
Wonderful. Whenever you are ready, we are ready too. So I'll let you take the lead. In fact, what I should probably do is take myself out of the picture and put you into shoulder, because this is the funnest part, and this is everything that everybody has come to see.
Brilliant. Let's do that. So I'll just walk you through to the garage. I think your mic's just playing up a bit there, Jim, by the way.
My mic
there you go.
Is phased out?
You're there now. You're all good.
Okay, good.
So I'll just swap the cameras around. Back camera. There we go. So in the garage, this is 001. I just pulled her to one side. Normally she has accompaniment alongside her. Mm-hmm. But here she is in her splendor.
Looking so wonderful. What can I say?
So I'll just pick out a couple of pieces maybe that are of interest. Things like the uprights were in chrome, but obviously chrome pitting over time didn't last so well. Mm-hmm. But the chrome light surrounds come up nicely. So I haven't done things, again,
are the original bowls?
They are everything, the original bowls. But what I've tried to do, again, in keeping with the spirit, is I've used local engineering companies. I've taken it another level, maybe with using a company to actually satin finish them. Mm-hmm. And also the paint. I mean, very interesting story with the paint. I think if people had seen the pictures, a lot of the paint down the side of the car had peeled away.
Yes.
And that's because I think there was some primer used, but probably I think it's towards the end of the book production timeline. So I think Ron had run out of time. But I had a chat with Ron about the color green and said, you don't know, Ron, what color green it is by any chance? And he said with quite great certainty, I know exactly what it is. It's 2/3 of a tin of British Racing Green, British Leyland, and a third of a can of Ford Capri Yellow.
Oh, okay.
So clearly I wasn't going to match that too well, but again, obviously modern technologies has meant we haven't been able to get a finish onto that. Interestingly, quite a few, and this just illustrates the limited use the cars had. Everything that's yellow has not been painted.
Oh.
So there are some crazy pieces in small amounts. Again, try to keep it original.
And that is wonderful, original patina.
So the seats are original. The steering wheel is original. They're the salvage items that came. Mm-hmm. The screen, we're just playing around with getting some new glass into that. These are the seats that are made up, I think, Morris Marina from the book. Mm-hmm. But the difference we made, and this is open because we're testing it, is there is a loom which Premier Wiring supplies. Did an amazing job.
Correct?
That's correct. And I've got to say, huge thank you. It's been so and continues to be so helpful. So you can see we're into the electrical testing phases here. But otherwise, every gauge is the gauge that was there. I think I've swapped the dynamometer for an standard alternator. Hence, we've made a couple of changes, one dial change, but everything else is there. I'm not sure they work brilliantly, but we'll give it a go. And I think, Jim, is one thing we were chatting about. The exhaust is a particularly fun experience of mine.
Yeah, you can share that with us if you'd like to.
Yeah, so I think using the principle of a salvage car or salvage parts to build a car, I've used Facebook Marketplace and chatting to people on forums, including your own, Jim, and we've had great success. This is a Caterham HPC exhaust, so arguably probably a little bit smart for this, but the one that was on there was a motorbike one and somewhat tired. So we negotiated this, and the gentleman who provided it very kindly on Facebook actually said, I really can't take any money for it. It's beautiful. So we agreed a bottle of nice Beaujolais. So I think it cost me £7.99, but more importantly, it's been reused and reloved.
That's a fabulous story.
So
And it looks great.
It looks lovely. It's a bit meaty for a 1098cc A series engine, but it sounds great. So that's
I bet it does.
And if I just carefully work with one hand, I can show.
That's amazing. You can do that one-handed. So many of our guests have to put the camera down.
Well, I'm wobbling a bit as I turn it upside down to get it. So again, everything. This is the engine that was built with the car. We have obviously done some work to carburetors just to reset her. And this is one of the things I talk with the low-cost racers with. Things like nowadays, obviously, you put a small fuel pump in the back, but this is the fuel pump Ron fitted, and to be honest, it works. So instead of taking this all out and dropping one into the tank and having the wiring there for the tank,
yes,
we've kept it up front. It's not as optimal, but it's how it was built. So it's things like that we tried to keep.
Mm-hmm.
The engine is as it was. The main difference being that the biggest problem that Ron had with the car, and the reason it didn't get used as much as I understand from him, is that his son was the car was designed for his son when he was 5'7",
Mm-hmm.
and it is not a wide car. Clearly, it's
yes,
not dissimilar to the S3 dimensions, but hence we've gone to put a different pedal box in because it was running off a top assembly.
Okay.
Across here,
Yeah.
so we have again blagged, borrowed, a kit car with an OBP set with remote cylinders, and we're just actually going through the final stages of fitting those in. And it's also had a water pump change. When we ran it, we found the water pump's a bit rattly, so hence the rad's out at the moment. But yeah, that's how she is, really.
It's an amazing piece of history, and thank you so much for being the custodian.
My pleasure. It's an honor. It really does feel like an honor. And my daughter, in keeping with it, my daughter, as much as she could, has been helping out with the build. And you know, this doesn't come with a build manual because every part was as it was. But genuinely, on the shelf with the parts is the book with Premier Wiring's electrical supplies that we're always going backwards and forwards with.
Yeah.
The wiring diagrams. So yeah, we're always involved and in keeping with that. So and I would say fair play to Ron. The car, I tried to work out what uprights the car has because obviously it was salvage parts.
Yeah.
I look in the book, Ford Cortina Mark IIIs, I think. And even little touches. The one thing I should have said, the tires. So the tires still had the knobbles on because they'd driven such a short distance, but we've replaced them with these.
Yeah.
These are Yokohama A539s, as I read off the tire. They're notable because they're the series standard for the low-cost series, and these four have come off very kindly. I say thank you if he is watching or watches this back. To Keith Malpas, they're his season-old race tires. So again, used by the low-cost series.
Wow. Absolutely iconic.
Lots of begging, borrowing, and stealing, that's for sure.
Absolutely fabulous. What can I say? Can just go on and on and on. Of course, your story is not finished with this car, and I just think it's precious the fact that your daughter is using this as a stepping stone for the rest of her career. I can relate to it, as I think I told you. I have a somewhat similar story with my two boys, so it's good on you for that too.
No, it's fantastic, and again, just finding time. But it's been a lovely project. We're lucky to have a good garage here, so it's been fantastic to work with her.
Look at that! You've got room. You can actually get in on either side.
It's definitely a squeeze for me, that's for sure. But yes, it does. And said daughter is learning at the moment, so this is what a 17-year-old who likes cars gets, isn't it? An Alfa Romeo. It's and with 140,000 miles for the record. So again, Bangernomic supplies again. So but yeah, some work to do. I mean, some nice illustrative parts. Ron helped me roll this up on the trailer February last year. We rolled it up on the trailer. I reached down to pull the handbrake, and it's the same now as it was then. It's not connected to anything.
Yeah.
We have the cables to go and some other pieces to finish, but largely she's there.
Yeah. It won't be long now, and then you're on your way. And you've got another blue toy over there. Speaking of, or keeping in I guess the tradition of low cost, but maybe a low cost with a skin. You have a lovely Fury out there. Is that right?
I do indeed. Yeah, I think the way that we've established is that this really is going to be something I'm going to enjoy with my daughter. She'll probably utilize it quite a bit, and I have an older daughter as well who's at university at the moment, but she's very keen. She's a boyfriend with an engineer now. So yes, I'll enjoy this, but it'd be great for local days out. And it's fairly agricultural in its nature. It's a beautiful car, but obviously fairly stiff and primitive in many ways. And this has some similarities. So this has come to me just a couple of weeks ago now. So it's still doing some work. It's wearing its new coat of blue, not designed to match my wife's Mercedes, but because we just thought we wanted to keep the blue like the Oxford blue they ran, but rather take a slightly modern slant on it with a metallic finish. So yeah, she's a Fisher Fury 1999. Mark Fisher built in the factory. All new parts, apart from as with the low cost, a used Mark II rear axle. She's got, I'm on the edge of the Wi-Fi, so I'm just going to pop the bonnet, and I'll, again, one-handed, and I'll step back. So if I I'm just going to put the camera down for a second. So she has a Zetec engine. I think this was the first factory Zetec car. There we got our open now.
There we go.
So hopefully I can stay within Wi-Fi distance.
Or is that look like?
So that's it's actually surprisingly good for space. I thought the same, but let me get a picture for you. It's a Paul Dunnell built 2-litre Zetec engine, so it's dynoed at 227 brake horsepower, Willwood brakes, but again, enjoyed by somebody who did a lot of amazing work with it, a lot of good fun with it, track road sort of use. But yeah, she's beautiful to look at.
Yeah, sex on wheels is what I say.
She is, and a huge amount of fun to drive.
I bet.
Running those carbs with that Zetec engine, the induction noise is just something to behold.
Oh.
So yeah, I am very lucky, but again, very new to me, so I'm still learning as we speak.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, almost as good as a summer's day in England. It's the rarity we get some good weather.
Perfect. Wow, what can I say? I just love what you've got, and I love what you're doing. I just love the story of your daughters wanting to get involved. I'm going to bring myself back into the picture a little bit here too. I just love the story of your daughters wanting to get involved with motorsport, and this is the iconic route to get there. Oh my God, is it ever?
and I think it's a balance for me, because half of me feels a fraud because many people build these cars and so beautifully, and I wish I had, and maybe one day I'll have that talent, but I think that's a phenomenal build. For me, the recreation and the heritage and probably having a firm starting point to work with, I was very, very lucky. I think I take my hats off to people that build it, but I've learned a lot through this process. I'm not, as with so many people, engineering trained. I'm from an engineering family, hence pinching a lot of my dad's tools.
Yeah.
Bless him, he's 83 years old now. But I'm learning a lot and thoroughly enjoying the process. It's been a fantastic hobby, kind of at the end of lockdown and beyond. And I feel honoured. I do genuinely feel that. And Abby's the same and loves the story. And amazingly, she would have been on this cast, but she watches TikTok all day, but isn't keen to be on the camera. So, but in a few years, when she has her confidence, I'm sure she'll share her journey with the car as well.
Well, that's just great, and I look forward to that. But what I will say is thank you for taking us on this journey to continue the low cost story, because if it got into the wrong hands, who knows? It could have just sat in somebody's shed and gathered dust and cobwebs. Who knows? But thank you for finishing or continuing the journey to finish the iconic 001 story.
My pleasure. Thanks for helping share it. I think so much of this is built out of a love of engineering and cars and the spirit of how these make. But really, so much goes to Ron. He has and continues to be great support. And I know for him it's very difficult to part with the vehicle. But part of it is sharing and enjoying the love. And I know, having spoken to him a number of times, he's delighted that the book did what it did and created the impact that it did. And legacy and story for him was very important, as he told it through the book, and I tried to respect that to the highest degree possible. So challenge on me, and everybody keep me honest to it.
Well, with that, I'm going to say thank you once again for sharing your story and sharing 001 and sharing your fury with us. It's been absolutely fabulous. And what I can say now is just like thanks again, and we will see you at 7 Spot.
Will do. Thank you very much, Jim. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Now, one car that caught my eye as it came through the entrance was this Lotus 6. Now, obviously, with the continuous supply of cars through Caterham, the 7 is well known, but the 6 not so well. And as you probably guess, it was the car that Lotus produced before the 7 come along. Now, I've got the owner, Charles, here, who has very kindly agreed to tell us a little bit about this. And it's got quite a story when it comes to you. So this car was originally supplied as a kit in 1954. But when did you buy it?
I bought it in 71.
So that's 52 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of condition was it in when you got it?
It was crashed. It was had a front wheel hanging off, and the front radius rod was all bent, and the chassis was bent as well. So quite a lot of work involved.
But apart from that, it was as good as new.
Yes.
So these I know are quite a sought after car nowadays. So back in 1971, how much did you have to shell out for it?
Well, I had to pay £25 for this one, mostly because of the accident damage. But yes, they were worth 150 or so at the time.
I know you have to take inflation into consideration, but they're still amazing numbers. And over the years, presumably you've enjoyed it quite a lot. Do you get it back on the road sort of fairly quickly?
I did actually, yes, in about 3 years. So I've got another one, but that took me 30 years to get back on the road. So.
Well, the old saying is you can't rush a good job, so that's not too much of a problem. So have you had a few adventures in it over the years?
Been to Le Mans a couple of times now. And also I used to speed hill climb it at Prescott. So, and put the original Type F engine back in, the side valve Ford engine.
Because originally this car would have been Ford 100E based?
E93A, so the even earlier one. Because the 100E didn't come out till later on.
So that would have been, is that what they used to call the old sort of sit up and beg car? Yeah. So, and any sort of plans for it apart from enjoying it?
That's half the fun of it, isn't it? Or most of the fun of it, actually enjoying it. Because it used to race when it was new. It did the 1172 series, which was sponsored by Colin Chapman of Lotus. So you were competing for the Chapman Cup. And it wasn't the first owner, but it was actually the second owner, a man called John Derrisley, and he was very successful with it. And he went on to be a Lotus Works driver later on.
So this car has got, real history, character, and patina.
It has, yes, and it's fun to drive as well.
It just, I just love it because as we spoke off camera very much about how a lot of stuff nowadays gets
over restored and it's, you know, put back to how it is in the factory. And I just love this car because there is just so much character to it. It's a real tribute to you that you've kept it like this, that you haven't sort of, you know, done one of those restorations where you've taken it off the road and got all back and shiny. Now, I think this is absolutely fantastic and a real credit to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks for your time, Charles. It's really appreciated.
This on, and they seem to work well, just obviously on the driver's side and sliders, yeah.
Okay, I see we got a question there about tubing. 1.25 tubing with 1 inch diagonal. Not sure what Richard is asking.
So are you saying, Richard, are you saying like 1.25 by 1? Because I don't know.
Generally going up on tubing size might be necessary. Necessary if you're going for V8, but 16 gauge square tube is more than adequate.
Yeah.
Okay, so Richard's talking about 1 by 1.25, and I mean, I think for that, as long as you're stacking the molecules in the direction that you need the rigidity, I don't think anybody would complain. And of course, I completely missed what Al said as I was reading, because I can only do half a thing at a time.
Yeah, I basically just said I wouldn't upsize my frame. I wouldn't change from 1 inch square tube 16 gauge. I think it's more than adequate, particularly if well, in my case, particularly seeing as I bonded everything, all the skins onto it. You know, it's rigid as hell. There's not a rattle in the thing.
No, that's nice to know. And Jim has a what's yours? A Demon?
A Demon Motorsport.
Demon Motorsports.
Yeah, SR7. It's a Busa engine. It's got a T-Bird diff from 2001, 60 inches track width.
Yeah, that T-Bird rear end is popular on some things here. There just aren't enough of them, I think, that are not rusted out somehow. I found one in a Cougar at a pull apart that I was going to use, but then the bolt pattern from those knuckles was I don't know, it was 5 by 5 on 4 3/4 or something. It was a dimension that I didn't want to. It was a dimension I didn't want to deal with for finding front wheels that matched.
Mhm.
And I think that's the only thing that kept me from from going that direction, because I just wanted to be able to buy one set of wheels, and I don't think that I will make I'm not planning to use like a non-square wheel setup, so all the same width.
Yeah.
I know some people are using like 8-inch rear and 6.5-inch front, or 8s and 7s when we go to 15-inch wheels. I don't want to fiddle with that.
Yeah, as it so happens, I got the T-Bird front spindles too.
Oh, right. So what is your bolt pattern, Jim? Do you know your wheels?
A good question. I'd have to go and look at my now 2004 inventory of the vehicle, but it's standard 5 bolt Ford.
It looks like it's 4 by 108, or it's 5 bolt.
It is.
They're all on 108 mil spacing.
That
I
don't know.
That's just what I saw from a quick search, but I could be also wrong again. Okay, I'm just going to try to scroll through. There was some discussion about engines as well. We were talking about, somebody else is thinking about a similar setup to me. Russ and Richard were kind of on the same page about, Dave asked, does anybody know what theirs actually costs?
We shift back and forth nervously.
Remember, it's on the internet, so it's forever.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, you got to look at the cost, with just ballpark the costs. I mean, if you're not going to depending on what you're going to do, if you're going to get somebody to paint your car and do a really nice job of it, you could go upwards to 10 grand on the paint.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So, or even more. I would say into mine, which is like the engine is it's a new ZTEC. It's rebuilt T5. It's got a race line sump. That sump was $800. So probably 25,000, 30,000 all in, paint and all.
Yeah.
My donor was a $2,000 car. Perfect donor for me because the engine tranny, back axle, and spindles, I'm using all of that. My biggest expense was probably at the moment $800 for a drive shaft to make up a new drive shaft. $800 for the shock absorbers, which were QA1 shocks. The master cylinder and setup from Willwood were, I think, 600. So I'm probably into it for about 10 grand right now.
Well done.
Yeah. I haven't skimped on anything. It's just that I try to make as much as I can myself and look around for various things. When I come to my fuel injection,
There's the winner, Dave
Yeah.
Edwards.
He's going by the book says I can do it for 250. I'm going to do it for 250.
Yeah.
You got a steering rack.
The cost of steel has gone up so much.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
crazy.
It's really expensive now.
And even the carburetors. I mean, for a set of Webers now, you're looking probably about 1,500 plus.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
the right
Well, I've
set.
just actually priced Webers out, and they offer you a pair of Chinese Webers for $850 a pair, and the actual genuine Spanish-made Webers are around 850 each.
Yeah.
So once you put in taxes and all of the good stuff, it's going to be quite a bit. $2,000 for the. Yeah.
Just one thing though, there's Webers and there's Webers. Like I run a ZTEC motor, and they're very sensitive to the number of progression holes you've got in the body.
Yeah.
And that's just where that controls your transition from idle right through your acceleration. And ZTECs require 5 progression holes. No argument,
Okay.
no nothing. You got to order the special set. I actually bought a nice set of Italian Webers with 3 progression holes. Didn't work worth it. Damn.
Interesting.
5 progression holes. It's smooth as a baby's bottom. And that cost me, 10 years ago, $1,500-$1,600 to get those from Webcon. Yeah. And worthwhile doing.
Just for the stuff that I've collected, the frame that I purchased was my biggest expense so far, and I still have to cut it up. So maybe it wasn't the smartest thing, but it was close enough that I could go look at it, come home, and decide that I might as well just be foolish with money and go back and get it again. And I got wheels with it, and I have a rear end that somebody will want because somebody's going to want to put a 8.8 out of a Mustang into a Mustang or something for a drag car. And some parts I can sell, but I'm not betting on getting any money back on anything. So I'm about maybe $9,000 in parts and like $2,000 in frustration and redos. So yeah, like speed. Okay, so I'll just post the wrong one. I'm gonna post the Speedway thing because I don't know how much Speedway is popular in Canada, but I know down here in the States, like a lot of you can buy a whole Mustang 2 kit, front, rear axle from Speedway Motors with the screw-in ball joints, right? That you're using. Al, you have those screw-in ball joints?
Yeah.
Or
well, just looking at the comment down there, and the answer is basically, yeah, all that for sure. Mustang 2 spindles, coilovers, they're, and either by fat upper well, you can buy the upper arms or you can make them, as I mentioned earlier. But yeah, you were mentioning about the ball joints. The upper ball joint is actually I can't remember the number, but it's the same. It's a Moog part, and it screws right into the Speedway
I think
kit.
they
and,
take
and it,
those.
and,
Sorry.
and it's actually for a Dodge. It's actually a Mopar part.
I think it's that 772 ball joint.
That's absolutely correct. The bottom ball joint you use is the one out of a Mustang 2 or a Pinto, and you've got it. There's two things to say about that. There's upper ball joints and there's lower ball joints. And you could use an upper ball joint down below, but it's not built for the load. You've got to use a lower ball joint in the lower piece. You've got to do some modification in it to make the pad a little bit smaller, and you've got to drill the damn thing for holes. And just one thing I really learned, and this is a really good tip, drilling a ball joint mounting plate is like, oh my God, you're going to burn through your titanium bits like crazy. The only way I found to drill them, believe it or not, was to use a carbide concrete, cheap concrete carbide drill. Put it in your drill press, use lots of water, and it goes through it like butter, honest to God.
Really?
Yep, through
Like-
the hardest steel you can find.
So you're talking about re-drilling the upper ball joint mount?
Yep. You take the lower ball joint mount, and it's a bit of an odd looking duct. And you've got to cut it off and re-drill it, put new mounting holes in it. But use a carbide bit for drilling concrete. Just give it a little touch to sharpen it, and wow, it works great.
Yeah, Russ, I have the same thing. I found a Miata rear diff from a local guy who was moving from a locking one of the Torsen Miata diffs, and he was going to just get a open diff and weld it because he just wanted to use it for drifting, and the Torsen would unlock as he shifted direction. So I got it for cheap, but then if I look on eBay or anything, yeah, the Torsen diffs for the Miata, the NA and NB Miatas are super expensive now. They're all $1,000, and I definitely didn't pay that for mine. Anybody else have a locking rear, or find that it's advantageous for real or not that big a deal because of weight?
Well, standard alpha. I'm just got the limited slip diff standard alpha, so I can't comment on that. So
Single donor.
yeah,
Yeah.
single donor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a limited
With a bit of
slip on-
Spitfire.
Yeah, I don't have a limited slip on mine, and if I'm doing a wide open throttle in second gear about 3,000 RPM, one of my tires lights up. So it'd probably be nice to have, but how often do we do that, right?
Well, apparently Jim says every day.
my neighbors might disagree.
I'm interested in why you chose the R1 can for yours, Al.
It looked right, and an R1 I think runs about 12,000 RPM, and my ZTEC runs about 6,000 RPM, and similar horsepowers, and I thought it would probably it would be the right combination for it, and it was. The other thing I like about it is it's light, and it's titanium. I think it's light, and it's got the right sound. It's quiet because it's right by my ear.
Yeah.
Reasonably quiet. And when you take off with it at wide open throttle, when the Webers open up and that can opens up, it sounds like a motorcycle.
Yeah.
What's not to like,
Yeah. And the flexible connector was brilliant.
That's good idea, that one. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that generation of R1 can. That looks like from the 0103, where it was all the gray tie. I have a pair of the 09 mine titanium when there was dual underseat cans. I have a pair of them that are on my VMAX that I might just take back off when I sell it, and it would be great to have dual over under exhaust sitting on this thing. And who knows, maybe I'll cut holes in the back and make it, if I could get enough space to run, like the Caterham has the rear exit exhaust as an option. You just say I want the race exhaust, but they have a lot more clearance between their 6.5-inch wheel and their
Yeah.
and the S3 chassis. So it's a lot of room that I kind of don't have.
Well,
I don't
it's-
think I've done enough to get a pipe under there.
Well, it's nice to find something that's cool and quiet because it can get pretty tedious with a loud exhaust right at your ear, depending on. And not only that, but you really want to maintain some stealth on the road because when these cars light up, even with that can on it, you turn a lot of heads.
Yes. Especially at 10,000
Says
RPM.
Jim quietly smiling about.
I'm telling you, man, he seems like a quiet guy, but no.
Oh yeah.
He goes out. It wasn't me. Look.
The devil made me do it.
Yeah. Well, the fella that was building the Caterhams on Vancouver Island at Chemainus, I went for a ride in his Hayabusa, and that thing screams. That
Yes.
screams.
Yeah, that's what sold me on building a 7 until I found out how much they cost, or what
Yeah.
buying a 7 until I found out what they cost. But I went for the same ride with them, scared the crap out of me. But there's no point in building anything else.
Yeah, well,
nothing.
David Sevelpeck was an extremely talented driver, and the build quality of his 7s were lovely.
Yes.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, it was a full Caterham kit
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he put a lot of development into that.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh,
And now we have the ultimate question: what do they actually weigh? I don't know if you guys have weighed yours.
Yep.
They all weigh different. I know that the Caterham's on the stamp says 550 550 kilograms, which for the rest of us is about 1,300 pounds.
Yep.
And mine will never weigh that little. I'm sure it'll be in the 1,600 pound range because I put the weight of just my frame and running gear, and it's whatever I put 350 kilograms just for that, and that's with no motor. And I know that my motor and trans weighs almost 400 pounds.
Yeah.
So
Well, mine is about 1475.
I have no idea what my weight is at this particular point. As I say, I'm still on the stands. I haven't put the car on wheels yet or anything like that, so I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, this is with it's just fully dressed with some gas in it, the whole bit. So, yeah.
I'm feeling guilty.
yours was what, 1150 something, Jim?
1,050.
What?
Yeah, well, his
It's a
whole
bike
motor with
engine.
the thing weighs 200 pounds.
184 pounds with the transmission.
Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, that's why he got to go wah every day.
Oh, God.
Plus, and Jim, what size wheels do you have on yours? I was guessing from the pictures, but I don't remember.
They're 14s.
Oh,
Now
so
that-
yeah, those weigh nothing.
Yeah, because my tires are 205 50 15s on 15 by 8s, and that's a real heavy combination of tires. I could easily take 100 pounds off of it just by changing the wheels out.
Yeah.
Well, I weighed these Mustang GT wheels, each wheel and tire, and they're like 235, 45, 17s. That wheel and tire was like 42 pounds, and the Miata 14-inch with 185/60 on a 5.5 by 14 weighs 28 pounds.
Yep.
So 14 pounds a quarter of spinning stuff is not, it
Well,
kind of makes me want to stick with these little Miata pedal wheels and just put skinny tires and go for it.
Well, it depends on what you want. For me, I mean, I'll use it in the track and whatnot, but I wanted something comfortable with no rattles, with that look kind of cool, and the big gunky tires on it look okay.
I like
Yours
a
is a
little
cool
more
looking car.
sidewall on these.
What's that?
I think they look good with a little more sidewall. When I look
Yeah.
at the ones from XCS and they run the 17-inch wheels, but it's still like a 24-inch tire.
Yeah.
It's so low profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. If your suspension, I guess, is amazing, it could
Yeah.
be comfortable, but I'd rather use tire than
Well, now that's another thing on suspension. I went really light on my springs. I think I'm about 275 on the front and pounds per square, or 275s on the front and 175s on the rear. So I got lots of suspension travel, and it's reasonably soft, which I can stiffen up with the GAZ. You can actually stiffen them up a little
Adjust
bit.
them up.
Yeah, but that's the one thing that David Seville Peck said, because I was also amazed at how smooth his cars went. And he said, whatever you do, build your suspension soft. He said,
Yeah.
build it so that it works properly and it's soft. So you got lots of travel and your wheels will stay on the road. Absolutely right. Absolutely
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I
it's
think
really surprising.
my backs are 180, and I think the fronts are about 275.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a bit light, but nope. It
Yeah.
works really good.
The shocks that came on my frame, there were 200s in the back and 150s in the front.
Mhm.
And they're QA1s as well, Steve, with the single. They're just a single knob. Hopefully that'll work, but the Miatas take a little. They're canted in a bit at the back, and I would like to do cantilever in the front, but then I got to get the arm lengths right so I don't have weird rising or falling rate. But that's one thing I really noticed when you watch the Caterham Cup races is how much those guys move around.
Yeah.
We're all worried about tagging the sump on the ground, but and obviously it shouldn't be an issue on the track, but they really it moves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's one nice thing about the soft suspension. I love watching my front tires go up and down.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole point why I went with, decided to go motorcycle fenders versus a clamshell. I mean, the clamshell, you can't watch your suspension.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can send a bunch of pictures. I actually was going to go clamshells on mine, which is why I did 16 gauge on the side aluminum panels. And I actually made up clamshells, and they were all set to go. And I thought, Jesus, if I get this thing over 100 miles an hour, it's going to take off.
Really?
And so, but I still got the clamshells. They're beautiful clamshells, and they cost me about $1,000 to make. But
yeah, wow.
The fiberglass is very expensive.
Yeah.
But yeah. If you want, I can send you some pictures of them. It looks like the Batmobile. It's pretty kind of neat. Yeah.
We'll have to do a follow-up question, Q&A, like pics of all the stuff we talked about.
Epic fails. Epic fails. Yeah.
Yeah, things I should not have done, but were great while I thought about it.
Well, it's actually a good point for future reference. I mean, we talked in general terms about building them, but you know what? We could actually spend a whole session just on suspension.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be a time well wasted.
It's my biggest concern, I think. Like, I'm not so worried about making measurements and hanging my rear subframe and moving tubes around, but I really don't want to have bump steer be an issue. And I don't, that is just a thing, I don't work for an auto manufacturer, and I don't want to make it up myself. So that's why I'm thinking about getting the ones from Kinetic, either buying the kit from Jack over there, or just buying straight MK parts.
Well, yeah.
That would make things a lot easier. I mean, on my front suspension, because I'm using the Alpha spindles and used a fair bit of the Alpha components, and the fact that the Alpha, you swap the left to the right-hand side. You have to literally swap the spindles over from left to right. The geometry was, it took me a long time to work that out. And literally it wasn't through my computer simulations, anything like that, because I'm computer illiterate. I worked out it all by trial and error, and took me 3 complete changeovers to get my front end to get a decent steering angle, some caster camber built in, and travel. So I think I'm okay, but I won't know until I actually drive it.
Well,
but bump steer is a little bit of a concern.
Well,
But
bump
we'll
steer,
see what.
bump steer you can't design in until after you've got everything done, because basically there's a line from your top suspension pivot to your bottom, and you run it straight through, and that's exactly where your knuckle needs to be, where it comes out of your steering arm. And it's not that hard to change, because you just get your standard rack, and you take it down to the machine shop and you say, I want it shortened, and they'll cut that rack and they'll remachine the end of your end of your steering rack. It's not going to cost you that much. I've got a Chevette one in mine, aluminum Chevette one in mine, and this is many years ago, but I think it cost me about $100. So probably $200 or $300 now max. So
Well, I'm not opposed to redesigning my front end, but my biggest concern now is to get the carburation or the fuel injection system working and getting the engine running. Once I've got the engine running, then it's a case of moving on with everything else. But at the moment, I'm just more interested in getting the motor running because I'm changing that whole induction system over. So that's my big concern before I really worry about what it's going to drive like. And I think, as Jim has pointed out on many occasions, it's a journey, and getting to the end just means you have to start another journey. So
well, that's the whole purpose of our series here, is to keep our focus on that tiny little light at the end of the tunnel, and don't give up.
Absolutely.
We talked to Nate yesterday, and his buddy's space frame is hanging on the wall of his shed, and you just don't want to see. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
Actually, if you don't mind, there's some real quick thing I wanted to show you that my friend Jan showed me. It's a tool, trick and tool. When you're putting your aluminum against your metal, and some people fold it over, some people put it right along the side and rivet it, and then it's a bit of a jagged edge on the top and whatnot. My friend Jan came up with this idea. It's basically just 1-inch hose, heater hose, and it actually, when you clean it up, it actually looks like carbon fiber. And he made up this little tool, and he split it like this, just pushing it right through, just a blade on a stick, and he split it, and then he just snaps that down underneath his arm on his low cost, and then up along the side, where by your shoulder. Then it looks really cool, and it costs like nothing. And I think of the work I did to fold all my stuff, all the way around. Yeah. So anyway, just wanted to share that little tip and give Jan credit for it, because that's
brilliant.
That's going to save you hours.
Yeah, like it functions as that trim.
Yeah, it just functions as a trim, and if you want, you can always put vinyl over it. But I wouldn't. I just clean it because it looks like carbon fiber once you put some cleaner on it. Yeah. Anyway,
there you go.
Nice and soft.
So what do you say, guys? Have we got more to discuss on the topic for today, or shall we put a wrap on it for today and come back with more plotting and scheming for the next go round?
Well, I think that's a good idea.
I could talk forever, but my phone is telling me otherwise. I'm getting
that's what I was going to say. We could talk forever, but our phones can't. We've had enough technical embarrassments today.
Well, I'm sitting in a workshop at -6 at the moment.
Oh, geez. Forgot we sent Steve to the shed.
Cruel and unusual punishment for a guy from South Africa.
Well, what can I say? No, I just decided to do it in the shed because there's always a commotion inside the house. So this works out nicely for me. And I'm starting to run out of power as well, gentlemen. So, Jim, once again, thank you for hosting all of the, getting us all together. And I really look forward to chatting with the lads again later and hopefully showing some decent updates on what I've managed to achieve in the next, hopefully, little while.
Okay, let me just say this. Dave, thank you for stepping in and taking the controls when everything went dark at my end.
Hey,
And
lucky it was
Al,
my part of the
thank
video.
you.
I knew what I said.
I don't know what happened to the sound on yours. It just like disappeared. And
Well,
Steve,
the track came. It's so weird. It doesn't matter.
Russ, I'm sorry, Steve, thank you so very much. And one and all who joined us today, thank you so much. And we will be back in touch. And as we say always, we will see you at 7 Spot.
Cheers, Jim.
Bye, guys.
Cheers.
Al, everybody, take care, lads. Bye-bye.
All TIG welded.
It's all TIG welded.
All TIG
yes,
welded.
Yes. I use a combination of silica bronze and stainless steel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Silica bronze.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You know, the original cars were all nickel bronze welded.
Yeah.
Silica bronze is the TIG version of the nickel bronze.
Nickel bronze,
which
yeah.
you would use an oxyacetylene flame on. Yeah. They're expensive as hell too.
Yeah.
But it's nice and easy to work with.
Yes.
You can get a nice. And the coilovers I made up myself. As I say, I was using bits and pieces. This is a kit that the Honda Civic guys use.
Okay.
It obviously come out of China. Because it's $60 for 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I bought the shock absorbers. These are coils that were left over from other projects. I'm not sure I'm going to even, if they're going to be enough to support the weight of the car.
Yeah.
But they're easy to change. I mean, these are not expensive either.
No.
How long have you been in?
Coilovers.
And how long have you been into this build?
This?
Yeah.
About 4 months, 5
Oh,
months.
doing well. You're doing well. Yeah.
And I only work in the afternoons, by the way.
Uh-huh.
4 hours every afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I go inside and have a little sleep.
Ah, look at that.
Okay, let's go over to the front suspension.
Okay.
Okay, so what I tried to do was way back, HWM. I'm not even sure who the guys were at HWM, but they built a car called the Stovebolt, which ended up in a movie called The Racers, and the car was driven by Kirk Douglas, supposed to be at Le Mans, and he crashes the car, of course, into the casino, the usual Hollywood stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was fascinated by the car, and I decided to try and replicate that. And this is what you're looking at now, is my version of the HWM. It's a beautiful car. It's back in England now after spending most of its life in the USA, I believe around the Seattle area. And I'm going to try and do my version of that. And this is what we've got so far. what I've done on the front end, I've made my own coilovers.
Where did you get the plans? Where did you get the plans from to build something like that?
Oh, you know, no, what you do, you scale, you know the size of the wheels on the car, and then you scale from there. I'm not going to be exact. It's going to be give or take maybe a couple of inches from the original, but the basic concept, the basic look of the car will be that. And because of the rules and regulations here in Canada, I had a hell of a time with the lister trying to get it registered. I decided to go the way everybody else does. You buy a car, license, register it in your name, pull it apart, and then build your own version of car over that chassis or around that. And this is what I've done. The basics of this car is a Triumph Spitfire. As you can see, there's the Spitfire chassis through the center, and then and then I've created my own frame around that. The front end, the front suspension, is the MGB spindles that I took off the lister. I've modified them. I took the kingpin bolt out, and I've put Mazda Miata lower ball joints.
Yes.
And I don't know what the top ball joint is. It's just something I happen to have, and it worked fine. And if my geometry is right, I should have about a 3.5-inch roll center in the front, and with the rack and pinion steering. Come to the back, Steve. Okay. And the rear suspension is double wishbone, and again, if I've got the suspension and the geometry correct, I should be around about 3.5 to 4 inches at the back with coilover.
Inboard shocks as well, it looks like.
No, they will be inside the body, but I have a Nissan 240SX limited slip differential with inboard brakes and calipers on the back, and the gearbox is a 5-speed T5, and I have it coupled up to the Ford Duratec 3-liter, the same engine that's in the Jaguar XJS and XJR and some Mazdas and various other cars. It's the engine that they use in the Noble, the British car, the Noble. Yeah.
You'll get that under the bonnet, yeah?
Yes, that's another reason why I decided to go this way, because the original HWM stove bolt had a V8 in it with the carburetors on top, and the car is quite a tall car. It is quite high, and I will be sitting quite high in the seat. I'm not going to be sitting on the floor of the car.
No, that's right.
So, and I've got 3 downdraft IDA Webers, which are going to go on the V6 engine, and they will poke up through the top of the hood, and I'll probably put some sort of a scoop or maybe a plexiglass cover over them so that they can be seen.
Lovely.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an Allard, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, the Fraser Nash, Allard, there's a number of cars that are based all roughly around about that. The Rileys, the old Brooklands Rileys, that style of car. Yeah. So that's...
You're going to go with like skinny tires on it as well?
No, actually, I've got 5 wire wheels that are used on the Austin Healey's, the 106 Austin Healey's. So it'll be knock-on wire wheels, 205, probably 65 profile by 15 tires.
Okay.
And I'm looking for somewhere around the 250 brake horsepower, and hopefully I can keep the weight down under 1,500 pounds. So it'll be quite a nice ride. Should be okay.
It will be. Yeah, and you're going to go for the aluminium body on it again.
Oh yes, it's all going to be aluminium. Yes, and lots of louvers. I've just recently made my own louver press, and I'm really tickled to death with how nicely they came out. So
and also, Ed made his own English wheel, and which also doubles as the press to press out the louvers. So Ed made all of this stuff himself, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it is. Which uprights are you using for the rear, Ed?
No, they're fabricated, and they're all going to be the Nissan stuff, the Nissan hubs and Nissan CV joints and drive shafts, which I'm going to have to shorten.
Okay.
But these I manufactured myself with a wide base wishbone because I didn't want to have track rods running forward. So I spaced the wishbones out quite wide.
Lovely.
And the petrol tank, the gas tank will fit over the top of this.
Yeah, we're all in awe. I was just sitting here just taking it all in. Fabulous.
Not sure what I'm going to do about the back end yet. I was just talking to Steve about that. There's so many different ideas, and I don't want it to look like somebody's run up the back end of me, and I don't want it to look like the back end of a bee either.
Yeah.
I'll leave that until later. We'll figure something out.
You're kind of mocking up the bodywork in like box using wood, and then you'll just
Yes,
put the aluminium
yes,
on
yes.
top of it and-
Yeah, these are the panels that I cut originally,
Mhm.
and based everything around these.
And this is the same process you'd use for building that you did use for building up your buck.
On the Lister, that's correct. Of course,
Yeah.
there were a lot more body panels on the Lister than there is on this.
You must have taken quite a few trips to recycling with all the panels that did not fit.
Oh yes. Fortunately, the recycling yard is just down the road from me, so we're on a first name basis there.
Well, the remarkable thing I find is the fact that you take an idea like looking at the Stove Bowl Special and adapting it to what you've got available and working with that. And as Ed pointed out, the back end is not necessarily going to be identical. It's not going to be what Joe wants. It's not what Mike wants. It's a little bit what Ed wants, a little bit of this, but a little bit of that. And it'll evolve into something that will work around all of the components that have to go in. So a process in motion is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's building the dream.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, the other thing I had to do was they lengthen the chassis. I've lengthened it 10 inches. You can see where I cut the Spitfire chassis and riveted and then welded in steel plates.
Oh, yes.
And, and I have the engine mounts because the Spitfire is a very short wheelbase.
Mhm.
I now have a 7'6" wheelbase.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I was thinking about your neighbors. About your neighbors again. If a neighbor does leave, can you let me know? Because I want to be your neighbor.
I'm afraid you're going to have to take a number because there's a lineup for that.
Between the two of you, you'd have quite a bit of stuff going on in your combined sheds.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ed, for a visit here. Why don't, if have we kind of wound up here? Would it be possible to go over and take a look at the Lister Jaguar?
Yes, we can do that.
Certainly, I'll follow Ed. Yeah, and I'll keep the camera going.
Well, greetings, world, and greetings, Seven Spot. Looks like we're finally live from fabulous Melbourne in the UK with John Minion, because it is the National Kit Car Show.
We've got Felix on camera.
Yep.
Obviously, me in front. So yeah,
Well-
we're just on the Northwest Kit Car Owners Group. We've got the GT40 Owners Group behind us. Fabulous display as always. We took a quick wander. We've got the MK stand as well, just over the back. Do you ever wander down the Northwest Kit Car Owners Group and maybe have a look at the mini kit stand if you want, Jim? Quick walk at the Northwest Kit Car Owners Group stand. A lot
Wow.
of cars. Some people have left already. Obviously, it's we're at 12:30. A lot of people have travelled quite a long way.
Yeah.
For the Northwest Kit Car Owners Group member leaving. So yeah,
Cool.
good mix of cars on the stand as well.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask how many people were on the stand in total in your estimation?
There's been about 30 so far, 30 cars. Some have been and gone.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. But yeah, we passed on the way here. How many cars did we pass? About 5 or 6, I think it was, Felix, wasn't it? And I recognised most of them from Northwest Kit Car Owners Group. So we did flash our lights and Give them a quick wave. You should expect.
Perfect.
So yeah, we've got the mini kit stand as well here. But yeah, Barry Stimpson's Scorcher is here. That's the Mad Frenchman.
Yes, indeed. Philip Lyons.
Philip Lyons, yeah, the Mad Frog.
Now, for those of us who don't know what a Scorcher is, just tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, well, it's a mini bass kit, and a really weird pedal arrangement. It's not automatic; it is clutch. And we've got Paul dropping in. Here's Paul.
Hey there, Paul.
How we doing? You're right. Tell us about the Scorcher.
Grab the mic. Well, Stimson Scorcher, one of 30 ever made, and there was only ever 15 of them ever put together. So this will be one of 15 road going ones.
Yeah.
There's probably 6 left, and I think there's only 2 in the UK that I'm on the road at the moment.
Only 2.
Oh, pretty rare beast.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's driven it all the way down from, was it Bolton?
Yeah, Manchester. Yeah.
Manchester.
With a trailer.
I know I've seen it driving around as well. It sounds like a classic A series engine
Yeah,
as well.
It is, yeah, all mini bass front end, rear radius on, running a coil over spring.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm sitting on a piece of inch box section, and that's all it is. Joining the front wheels to the back.
Yeah.
But yeah, unusual.
And you got the have a look at the pedal arrangement, Felix, because you got the accelerator and brake on the right and the clutch on the left, I think.
Yep.
Because you sit in tandem.
Yeah. You'll have to have a go on it.
I would love a go on it. I would love a go on it. Felix, we might be going out on it in a bit. Yeah, you up for that?
Really? How's your keys? There's been no fuel in this. Getting back to Manchester, this has been running constantly all day, taking people around the show and everything else.
Come on.
I've got my demonstrator on it.
Let me take me a ride. Take me for a ride, mate.
Take you for a ride, sir.
Yeah, we're streaming live to.
Come on, then. I'll take you around the block.
We're streaming live to 7 Spot.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take you around the block. Take you around the block.
Put that one.
Felix, you want to get on?
I'll put you around.
Any excuse to drive it. Yeah, any excuse to drive it. There we go. Very, very quiet. But it's getting used to where the gear linkage is, because it is right between your legs.
Yeah.
And it does look like it's meant to be backwards, but it is exactly the same. So first, second, third, fourth, then lift across for
And you
reverse.
obviously got a reverse on it as well.
Got a reverse on it. I have tried that a couple of times. I haven't been perfect on it. I will admit, I haven't been perfect on the reverse, but we'll give it another go, and I won't stall it again. So let's go. Let's go for a little drive around the block. Here we go. Little drive around the block. Handling wise, it's very, very light on the steering. Very, very light on the steering. Very, very easy. Changes gear without any hesitation. Woo! But the only way it does have some go. He's only a 998, but the interesting part is, of course, being a trike, he does have a reverse gear.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to attempt now as best as I can. First time. Look at that. He's in
Perfect.
reverse.
Absolutely
He's
perfect.
in reverse.
We're in reverse.
Going backwards. Beep, beep, beep. There we go. Just like that. And just like that.
Beauty.
But it's getting used to changing gear with your right hand.
Yeah.
Handbrake with your left still. And of course, the fact that your brake and accelerator are exceptionally close to each other there. You know, obviously I'm a size 13, I've got quite large feet, but you have to literally have your ankle kind of set as far back and just do everything with your toes.
Yeah.
But that's that.
Brilliant.
That's that. That's
Thanks,
all right.
Paul.
That's all right. There we go.
Appreciate. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy. Yeah, we will do. Thank you. It got some go in it. That had.
Well,
Blimey.
John, that was brilliant.
Yeah, not 998 cc, but it had some poke in it. I think it's had a bit of work to it. I think did you say stage 2 or stage 3? I can't remember. But that's the Mad Frog for you. Anyway, back to Northwest Kit Coronas Group stand. As I say, a lot of people have set off early.
Yeah.
We've got the motorbike. We've got the motorbike stunt show over the back as well. I'll check the sign. I'll check the times out on that. We've also got the Walloper as well, which is Gavin's car.
Oh,
the
yes.
Nemesis.
Yes, you've mentioned it.
Yeah. Do a quick tour around of this, Felix.
Yeah, I'll put you on full screen here so you can give a little description.
I'm trying to see if he's around. I can't see him, but yeah, just have a quick wander around the car. I think it's a V. Is it a V12? I think he's got on this one. He's got two. I think this one's the V12. V8 Audi engine.
Amazing. Now, is this a self build or is it a bought?
I think it was bought. I think he bought it off Nick Nemesis.
Mhm.
It's the name, the Nemesis car. Not many of them around. I've only
No.
seen, I think, 3. Let's put it that way.
Brilliant.
I do like the number plate though, Walloper. Go for another wander. Do you want to have a look at some cycle carts, Jim? They're all home built.
Yep.
Some out of ply, some with a space frame ladder chassis that does need welding.
Yep.
All home built, but for less than £1,000, you
Mm-hmm.
can get yourself into racing. But if you look at what they come up with, this is all individual builds, people in their garages.
Yeah.
And so we're streaming live now to 7 Spot.
Yeah.
Jim Gould in Canada. Tell us about cycle carts. What are they? What do we do?
So cycle carts are inspired by pre-war race cars. They are 200cc engine.
Yeah.
17-inch wheels. The track is set, and that's pretty much it. Hand built.
Yeah.
Scratch built by the drivers.
And you're not allowed to make any modifications to the engine. They're either Honda or
Honda
Hyundai.
Honda GX200 engine and no more than 10 horsepower. That's it.
Yeah, and they are the rules.
That's pretty much it. There are some other rules about safety, sharp bits, no blades sticking out the front,
So
and
which one is yours?
Mine is the Bugatti down the end, the Type 37A.
Yeah.
Want to come and have a look?
Let's go and have a look. You can talk us through it. What you
So,
do.
shall we talk through the ones that are here? as we're going?
Yeah.
So we've
John,
got,
can we ask
Dodge
who we're
Paquette,
speaking to?
built
Sorry,
by-
who were we speaking to?
So my name's Stefan Heisky.
Stefan Heisky.
Yeah, and I'm the chair of the GB club. So-
The GB site, because it's getting a big following now. I've seen a lot of cycle carts in the Netherlands and Australia and the US
So
particularly.
it started in California in the 80s. A guy called Michael Stevenson started it there, but people have been racing little versions of big race cars since 1918. The Vanderbilt Cup.
Yeah.
Charlie Manasco and something Smith built little Harley Davidson V-twin small versions of race cars.
Yeah.
And raced them
brilliant.
around.
Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, talk us through the cars. We'll have a wander down.
Dodge Paquette, all largely the same formula, so 17-inch wheels, but each has got a little bit of the character, or someone wants to explore a bit of engineering. So Dodge Paquette, very fast, always a competitor for the World Championship.
Yeah.
Uh,
Tell us about the World Championships as well, because you don't have to travel worldwide to take part.
We the guy in America collects results from around the country.
Nice.
We choose events, we submit results, and then whoever's got the most points. And there's so it's about participating in events and winning.
Yeah.
And then there's a speed challenge called the Corona Speed Challenge, where it's how fast can you get your cycle cart going in 30 seconds.
Right.
So you have to submit video evidence. There's some safety rules, but then
just go for it
as fast as you can.
Go with throttle up. Yeah, let's have a wander down.
So Ulster Union, Austin 7, one of the GN, so Nasher, but with the quarter elliptic springs on the front.
Yeah.
Hill Climb's Bloody Mary,
Yeah.
version of the Austin Bloody Mary. Another Austin 7, one of the race cars that they
The
built.
creativity that people have put into this is just brilliant.
So, well, this is a good example. The front grille of that is a patio heater.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
You
got you.
recognise that?
Got you.
So we got an ER.
Interesting suspension on that as well.
Yeah, so we've got transverse leaf springs, we've got
Yeah.
longitudinal leaf springs,
Complete
we've
mix,
got all
isn't
sorts
it?
of stuff. There's a Morgan with pillar springs. Another Austin Ulster.
Yeah.
Another Austin Special. Maserati.
I do like that blue.
The blue end here. Got a Campbell Austin.
Yeah.
The Norris Special, Fraser Nash Special. A Hudson, and then an Elvis.
And which one's yours? Yours is.
This is the Bugatti. Yeah.
The Bugatti one. Yeah. That's a stunning. That's aluminium bodied. I take it.
It's actually flexi-ply, backed with fiberglass.
Okay.
Plywood. The back is fiberglass. The top of the back is fiberglass foamed over foam buck.
Yeah. Yeah.
The grill, the radiator formed out of aluminium, but
Yeah.
the labour of love.
It's normal. I take it normal pedal arrangement.
2 pedals.
2 pedals. Yeah.
Go and stop.
Throttle and brake. Yeah.
Yeah. So they've got an automatic clutch in the back.
Centrifugal clutch. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most of them go through a torque converter.
Yeah.
So you've got a bit of, it's like the DAF Varimatic. You've got some variation in the
Look at
in the ratios.
The clutch setup, Felix, and
There you go.
I'll talk you through it.
So you've got the automatic clutch bits in here, and then that combination varies the ratio depending on how much torque.
What are those old cars? The old Varimatic. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And you can change the size of the sprockets on the back.
Change the sprocket. Some people have gone with lay shafts, so you get a bit more higher ratios.
Yeah.
You can tweak the engine up to 10 horsepower. But they're ridiculous things. 1,500 quid to build one of these.
Yeah.
Hyundai, or Lonsin or Lifan, you can buy one of those for an engine.
Exactly, and then get yourself into proper serious racing.
Yeah.
You're going to be racing again later on. I know you've been racing all weekend.
So we've been doing the Maybach Medal this morning,
Yeah.
which is a timed individual event timed.
Yeah.
We're going to do pursuit racing this afternoon. We run at tracks and all sorts. It's good fun. Anyone gets too serious, we frown on that.
It's actually just a bit of fun.
But Chris was world champion 2 years ago.
Chris,
Mark,
world champion. Hi, Chris. World champion.
Ex-world champion.
Ex-world champion.
Mark and the Norris was world champion the year before. Last year. So he's the current world champion.
Excellent. So the UK is paving the way here.
It's growing a lot in Germany, in France, Hungary. I think we'll get a competitor from Hungary soon because they are growing very fast.
Really? Yeah.
But the Americans want the prize back. They're very keen.
They always do.
Yeah, no. So and it's good friendly competition around the world. Shout out to Carlos who runs that. There's people like Dennis Thomas, Steve Vincent who have done earlier videos that kind of led the way. Obviously Michael Stevenson came up with the formula. So everyone's happy to share plans, ideas, thoughts, how they've built stuff. So that
just share it on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
You've got a Facebook page as
We've
well.
got a Facebook page.
That's GB Cycle Carts.
Cycle Carts GB. Yeah.
Cycle Carts GB.
Cycle Carts GB. CycleCartsGB.com.
Yeah, we'll put a link. We'll put a link up in the description when the video goes out.
Perfect.
Anyway.
Great. Well, and we've got all sorts of people here, from experienced racers to people who've only ever driven a desk before, and everything in between. So
I like that. Only ever driven a desk before. That sums me up.
No, and it's I don't know why, but we all grin a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is presumably the point.
Well, I've seen some videos of the racing. It looks pretty close as well, and just great fun.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's all
that's
good
the
fun,
main thing.
a little bit tongue in cheek. So,
Absolutely. It's been brilliant talking to you. Thanks for
freaking
explaining about cycle carts.
Yeah.
We'll pop back later on and catch up on the racing, just a few laps.
Yeah, and if you have a chat with the clerk of the course, we can get you a good position to get a good camera.
Excellent. We'll be back. We'll be
All
back.
right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, where to now then? Felix, where do you want to go?
Hi there, John. That was fabulous.
Hiya.
What a heads up on that wonderful sport, and the imagination and the technology. I mean, these people are just having a blast.
Absolutely, it's a cheap sport to get into. We will come back. We'll come back later to get some video footage. But yeah, I mean, Felix, just take a panoramic shot, just a quick slow pan. I mean, look at the weather.
Can't
Look
be
at the
beat.
number of cars. Look at the number of cars.
Brilliant.
As I say, I came out with my jacket on, my coat, my padded quilt jacket, and I don't need that at all.
Beautiful looking cars.
Yeah, it's like a complete mix of cars. I mean, look at this one. Absolutely stunning.
Love the 11 replica.
Yeah, yeah. It's done a really good job on that as well. I mean, look at it. It's just absolutely stunning. Complete mix of engines and models. Got some early ones, got some late ones.
Mm-hmm.
As I just shot the total stand there. I can see Philip Lyons as well in the background, still driving around on his Stimson. We were laughing because his petrol tank is going to be empty before he even sets off from here. But yeah, it was a great ride out, that one. It didn't have some poke to it as well. So yeah, Westford always put on a great stand, as you can see. Always a good turnout. Weather's helped.
What a glorious weekend.
It is, yeah. We've not even touched on half of it yet. We're going to go. Well, we're doing the Buggies Club next, and then we'll probably drop it. We'll go and get something to eat, and then we'll come live from the indoor stands as well, because I've just seen a Cornish pasty stand as well, Felix. Mate, I think that's where we're going next. So yeah, that's probably about it for the minute, Jim. We'll sign off, and then we're going to have a look around the indoor stands. I'm excited to go and look at the complete kit car, classic car indoor stand, which is just over there in that big white marquee. So we'll cover that off in a minute, Jim. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's end this one, and then when
Yeah.
you're ready, we can have a chat, and we'll decide which way to go. But thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Right, we're now on the XCS design stands. I'm really pleased to say we've got Paul Cowland, who a lot of you will know from television, to talk us around the